Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm going to call this meeting of the Bridgewater Town Council to order. The time is now 7:01 p.m. Please join me and rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For those folks who are waiting to the side, we'll do our best to try to find some more chairs. And I think, is there an overflow of room tonight? All right, we'll do our best to grab some additional chairs for you folks so you could grab a seat here. Tonight's Town Council meeting is being streamed live via YouTube. Please go to the Town of Bridgewater Facebook page for the link. I don't believe I have any condolences tonight for our Bridgewater veterans. Our Veterans Agency is here, but please just join me in a moment of silence for all of our Bridgewater veterans and their families, those who have passed. Thank you. Okay, first up on our agenda for tonight is approval of minutes from previous meetings. We have our March 3rd meeting minutes. Do I have a motion for approval?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion on these minutes? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Oh, we have Councilor McGrath on Zoom, so we will have to do a roll call. Thank you for that. So, Debbie, once you grab a seat, we will go ahead and do that roll call.
Yes.
Mr. Loretti?
Yes.
Dr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
And Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
And Ms. McGrath?
yes,
8 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Next up, we have announcements from the president. As of today, I believe we had 4 earlier, but are we up to 5 applicants for the Charter Review Committee? That is supposed to be a committee of at least 7 individuals from town, 7 residents. So if you are interested in that committee, please apply. You could send your resume and your letter of interest to our town council clerk, Debbie Ward, and we will have those for consideration at some point later on this year. Like I said, we do have 5 at the moment. The original deadline did pass, but we are going to extend that, as I mentioned in our last meeting. We're going to extend that to March 31st because we definitely desire to have 7 individuals on that committee. So please go ahead and apply for that position. It is very, very important. We do it every 6 years, and we do take up those charter recommendations. It previously has been a slow process, but we are doing in my opinion, a great job in our Rules and Procedure Committee of resurrecting some charter amendments which were previously suggested to bring to the council and then to the state and then eventually to you, the voters, for your approval. And you will see, not on tonight, but on our next agenda, some items which were brought from the last charter committee, which was, again, 6 years ago. So those charter recommendations were not necessarily from this council, that was from previous councils about 4, 5, and even 6 years ago. So just a little bit of a note about that and how that works. So a couple things from our town clerk. You may request a mail-in ballot. Those ballots will be available soon. The list of candidates now is complete, as I understand it, and we will be releasing more information about the elections. The election is April 25th. If you previously requested a mail-in ballot for previous elections, this is a new year, and you'll need to go ahead and do that again. Absentee voting will be available with at the town clerk's office in April as well. So those dates will later be confirmed, but please be on the lookout for that. And please, of course, participate in our elections, which are very, very important. Our former town clerk can attest to all the work that goes into that. And That is all that I have for announcements. I also just wanted to recognize everybody who is here tonight. I know that a lot of you were here a week ago, and on the behalf of the council, I want to apologize for our technical difficulties that we had a week ago, and we do appreciate everybody coming back out. We actually have even a bigger crowd tonight, so I look forward to your participation during citizen comment and of course, at the end of the meeting as well. So we'll now move on. We do not have any proclamations. We will start with citizen open forum. Due to Massachusetts open meeting law requirements, discussions will not take place during public comment periods. If appropriate, responses to questions and concerns will be given by the town manager at a future town council meeting. Anyone may come up at this time and speak for up to 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's David Moore. I live at 54 Flag Street. I've been a resident of Bridgewater for almost 76 years. Except for a few months, I've either worked, lived, or taught in town. I've had 40 years' experience working in town government, Conservation Commission, Building and Zoning. I served on a number of committees with the MBTA expansion, college expansion, commercial growth on Elm Street, Pleasant Street. I was a building inspector through the construction of 4 schools. I've served under 3-member Board of Selectmen, 5-member Board of Selectmen, and the Town Council. Executive secretaries, town administrators, weak town managers, strong town managers, and I've worked under 5 different town planners. I've witnessed a rapid expansion of the town, and growth from anywhere. When I was building inspector, there was years when I saw 12 new houses. There were years when I saw 150 new houses. So I've seen the growth. I've witnessed, over the last 12 years, I've witnessed a significant expansion in town government and the creation of the Community and Economic Development Office about 10 years ago. I'm pleased to hear that the town manager has undertaken some surveys of town staffing and the effectiveness and, how many people we got working where. It's great to see. I hope to see some changes. I have personally seen no significant change, positive change since the creation of the Office of Community and Economic Development. I've seen 3 projects come forth through that department in the last year. The first one, 45R Central Square. It started out as 6 apartments over commercial space on a 1/4 of an acre jammed in between some commercial buildings with no street frontage. It finally made it through the planning board, and it was said by some of the members of the planning board it was the worst project they'd ever seen. But it was permitted by our form-based zoning, which the town council adopted a year or so ago. The second one, 96 Main Street, is finally out of the gate. Some of you people from Bridgewater might know that as Enos's house, the big yellow, beautiful house there, but it's seen its use, and it's time for change. And a gentleman has come in, he went through CED, and he came up with 14 townhouses on 8/10 of an acre. It's been rejected. Preliminary discussions with the planning board, it was rejected because they didn't have enough room for drainage, snow removal, turning fire trucks around and so forth. So I'm told he's cut it down to 12. I haven't seen the plans to look over. And while I'm chairman of the Historical Commission, and I love old stuff, I always like to see something new. I've attended all the traffic meetings in the center of town because I see it's like watching Ned Sullivan and the magician pulling a rabbit out of his hat. Because I have no concept of how we can solve the problem in the center of town. It's been this way for 100 years since they brought streetcars in 1897, and I'm really looking forward to a reasonable solution. I'm wide open to it, but I haven't seen it. And I thought I had seen everything until I saw a 71-unit subdivision apartment complex on 80 Broad Street, a permit being issued with no water, without a water study impact report. My opinion, it's unbelievable, and for that reason, I ask that the town council zero fund the Department of CED or the town manager to suggest the director find another place to work.
Good evening. Janet Hanson, Pleasant Street. First off, I want to remind the counselor of my comments on March 3rd meeting regarding the ordinance DFY 26011 and 012. I'm not for removing the Agricultural Commission, as I had discussed, Town Manager and Mr. Kennedy. Since the explanations for them are missing, I respectfully request that either they are amended before voting or that they are rewritten to include the explanations of the changes before voting on them. That's what ordinance is supposed to do. Now, for the major points that the majority are here for, the form-based code needs to be eliminated. Give the power back to the boards and committees, such as the Planning Board, not the CEDD. The form-based code only favors the developers, not the residents of Bridgewater. The impact studies. If it's to be done, then any permitting of a project needs to wait for the results that are pending, not before. Too much power is in the hand of the CEDD, in my opinion. I understand two town councilors are working on this along with developing the WIS regulations. The rules of the water impact study should have been in place before it was even required or done. No one seems to know what to do with it once they get it. If it's being done, then a project needs to wait for it, period. We should put a moratorium or restriction on development due to the serious water issues in town. Nothing should be okayed with the promise that the water problem will be resolved in 2 years, for example. If it needs to be based on now, not the future. If a project won't be hooked up for 2 years, again, no approval until the water situation is okay. Once a town has a solid plan and has 100% rectified the issues with long-term results, then and only then can these projects be revisited at that time to see if they can be approved, not before. That area is only allowed don't forget there are other projects being proposed, such as Encompass on Claremont property. That area is only allowed a maximum of 100,000 gallons per day. Once the hotel and Encompass go online, that would bring it almost to that total. While we're working to protect the NIP, it's twofold because now we need to protect the town as there isn't any water supply what we need for infrastructure and residents. Before any projects are approved, WIS needs to be done and permits wait for those results, and the project shouldn't be approved even if it be a couple years before they come online. Once the town fixes the water issues in sewer and it's able to rest the wells, et cetera, long-term fixes that is, then only then should the projects be revisited to approve them. They can't approve for the future, only for now. Please listen to everyone tonight. A lot of good, accurate, well-researched information will be presented. With DEP, Apex, and a former Water Sewer Commission saying projects should be halted, I hope the town council and the manager listens to them. Thank you.
My name is Thomas Shea. I live at 5 Tommy Ann Terrace, Bridgewater. I'm not a great speaker, but I mean, I came to this council about 10 years ago, and I had a bad water problem, and the water was coming in like mud. They came, they flushed the hydrants. I mean, the thing is, if you don't open that hydrant fully, that drains, the drains don't close unless they're fully closed. And then they don't close until it's fully shut. So in order to get clean water, now they came last year and they flushed the hydrant and I got clean water. Right after Halloween, I got dirty water and they said that, well, we'll do this and we'll do that, and they never did it. They said they couldn't flush it. So I figured, oh, they got a plan, they're gonna flush it in February. Okay, well, the ground was frozen and everything. Now, it has to be flushed because I'm going through filters like you wouldn't believe. My water comes in like root beer. I put a filter on it, cost me $64. Last a week, I spent over $1,000 filtering my water. It's coming in like mud. What happens is, it comes to my house, right, and it stops, it gets stuck. Then it goes around the whole neighborhood again and gets stuck there. So I went down to the water department. They told me, okay, hook it up to, we'll hook up to your meter and we'll run the water for a while, and that way we'll clear it. Well, it cleared it for about an hour, and then an hour later, I had to put filters on it. And what happens, I put the filters on it, and the filters, they work pretty good. It's clean for about a week. Then all the pressure starts going down, going down, going down. Today, I put another filter on it because it was coming out like dirty. So I said, well, I'll put a filter on it, and then I put the filter on it, and it comes out good. So I'm good for a week, but I'm spending $64 every time I put a filter on it. They said they'd flush the hydrants in end of February. They gotta flush the hydrant. If they flush the hydrants, there's 2 hydrants. I know where one is. I went out there, I was talking to the kid one day, he's flushing the hydrant. I said, you gotta open it all the way. Well, we only can do it a little bit, in water reserve. But if they have people in town who have rights to water, they can spend they get millions of gallons out. We can't flush the hydrant. I mean, I can't wait 2 years. I need to have my hydrants clean. I got a handicapped wife. She had a hip replacement, and we're getting up in age and everything like that. I've had this problem for 10 years. I don't care if the water's dirty. I just want to see it clean. I haven't drank the water in this town in over 13, 14 years. I get bottled water. I don't drink it at all. I can't wait 2 years. I love where I live. I'm not going to want to move, but I got to get that water clean. I mean, I just don't want to see it. I mean, if it can be dirty, but as long as it's clean, I'll live with that. But when it comes out like root beer, and I sometimes I think there's parasites in that water. So it means you got to come down to where I live and flush those 2 hydrants. If you can take care of people other places who have rights to have 1 million gallons taken out, but we're going to have to eat mud. I don't get that. I came here 10 years ago, and I came as like I wasn't adversarial. I figured we're a team, we'll all work together. But obviously, it just got pushed to the side, and no one cared. They wanted to build houses and do everything. I can't wait 2 years. That's all I got to say. Okay.
My name is Jean DiBattista, 260 Lakeside Drive. I'm amazed by what I'm seeing tonight. It's just wonderful. It's been wonderful to see this incredible engagement, and thank you for being willing to hear everyone. It's really obvious, and I think tonight is emphasizing this point, that Bridgewater can't afford to kick the can down the road anymore. It is time to correct our town's past mistakes. Doesn't really matter who made them. We need to correct them now. Bridgewater has heard from multiple experts, and it's clear they agree that Bridgewater has a very serious water quality and quantity issue, which is extremely dire. Bridgewater needs to focus its full attentions and resources on this crisis and listen to its residents before we find ourselves this spring in a place we don't want to be. This means we need a temporary moratorium on any and all new water connections of significance. We also need to raise the Tier 3 water rates for our existing large users, as well as their water connection fees. This will both help to fund the crisis that they help to create and help us to fund the solution. We also need a procedure which authorizes the proper DPW personnel to deny new water connections based on unfavorable water impact statements, of which there are only unfavorable water impact statements at the present time. In fact, authorization of any new connections should be signed off by both the town manager and the town council. The planning board, in their last meeting, said they are seeking guidance as to whether they should even continue to review projects which require significant water hookups. Where is that guidance? We brought up the fact that that guidance needed to occur last fall. It's still not in place. In addition, Bridgewater needs the following in the long term. We need more transparency, and we need to stop pretending we don't know the answer to the questions that Bridgewater residents are raising. We also need stronger rules around conflicts of interest. There are several right now that I think it's becoming clearer and clearer exist. We need new objectives and goals which are more balanced for our town manager and our town personnel. We need to stop just focusing on one part of the equation, which is how much money can we bring in, and ignoring the other part of the equation, which is the quality of life here in Bridgewater.
Order, please, order.
Well, that's one more thing. A greater emphasis needs to be put on protecting the environment and protecting our critical services and infrastructure. And more responsible development and higher commercial tax rates that more closely match the towns around Bridgewater need to be put in place. Thank you.
Good evening. Pat Neary, Lakeside Drive. I have a couple of items I'd like to speak about tonight, and I'd also like to thank you for your service. I know these are very trying times for us as well as you. You are going to be talking about the dog ordinance a little bit later, and I wanted to bring up the chaining or tethering dogs regulation, and our regulation reads, "No person owning or keeping a dog shall chain or tether a dog to a stationary object, including but not limited to structure, doghouse, pole, tree, for longer than 24 consecutive hours." I know that our state regulation reads, "No person shall chain or tether a dog for longer than 5 hours in a 24-hour period." I think there has been a regulation omission, and you left out part of the regulation that exists. And I think we really have to take a look at that. No dog should be tethered for 24 hours. And, you know, these are our companion animals, and we have to put in shorter hours if you're going to put in this ordinance at all. And some of us here tonight, of course, are talking about our water, and we're very concerned about the water allowance that has been granted to the Claremont Company, which has been using for their development by Lake Nipponicket. The latest plan is for a rehab hospital, which is not even in our zoning regulations. This allowance is for 100,000 gallons per day. And as mentioned, this special permit is expired because they didn't build anything for many years after the permit was granted. I'd love to have an explanation for that. We've tried to receive one, and it hasn't been forthcoming. So maybe we can figure out how we can get an explanation that that special permit is still being used, even though the people that have looked into it feel that it's expired. Well, this rehab hospital has supplied a water impact report in which the reporting form has indicated the town does not have adequate water to supply to meet the demand. And there's a hotel that's already been approved over there, and we would love to see a water impact statement on that project as well. I know that we're all focused on our water issues, but we also need to address whether the sewer capacity is adequate, and maybe our DPW can address that tonight. And I think that's it, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the council, residents in attendance, good evening. MJ Spagone, 5 Lakeshore Center, Unit 1128, acting in capacity as chairwoman of the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee last night at their meeting asked me to convey to you a message based on the issue that would be coming to you probably next week relative to a stipend for members of the town council. I have forwarded a copy of it to you, Mr. President, and it is in the record. However, I wish to read that for the public in attendance. Dear Mr. President and members of the Town Council, at the Finance Committee's meeting this evening, the membership engaged in a discussion of a potential charter change being floated by the Town Council, a monetary stipend. This correspondence shall serve as the unanimous opinion of the committee on this matter. Please be advised the committee lodges a shared, deep opposition to the proposed charter change for a multitude of reasons. Creates further financial strain on the budget. The committee expresses serious concerns with any monetary compensation for the town council. While monetary compensation is small by comparison to the overall budget, seeking compensation still creates a financial strain on the same. With the town facing multiple existential issues, including our serious water situation, deteriorating infrastructure, and an increased need to address potential shortfalls, it would be irresponsible and capricious to seek compensation for work which has remained uncompensated since the town council's inception in 2011. Creates an inequity with other boards, committees, and commissions. Allowing a stipend for the town council effectively creates an inequity between the legislative and contemplative bodies of the town of Bridgewater. No other board, committee, or commission in the town of Bridgewater, including the Finance Committee, receives compensatory consideration for their services. While an argument could be made that the stipend might begin a conversation of compensation for the said bodies, such argument would exacerbate fiscal challenges if they were pursued. Avoiding iniquity in this regard is more prudent and fiscally responsible course of action. Timing of the proposal. While the Finance Committee recognizes that this proposal is part of a package of charter changes vetted by the General Court over the last few years, the Finance Committee questions whether this is even the right time to put such a proposal to a vote. The committee recognizes the town council will have discussion and deliberations, but such should be taken into account that the town's current state of affairs are prohibitive to enactment. It is neither the time nor the place to put such a measure before the public where there are more significant and pressing matters before us. Why would the town council believe this is a good idea now? The Finance Committee grappled with the idea of the stipend and asks you directly, why even propose a stipend? With everything currently at issue, what is the town council's exact reason for seeking monetary compensation now? What is the end goal of the stipend, and what benefit does such a payment give to the taxpayers? Is this a good use of the town council's time, and by extension, that of our shared constituency? The Finance Committee would contend, and therefore state, if the town council believes this proposal has merit, they be explicit in their reasoning to the public as to the value added by the proposal. From a purely financial perspective, the Finance Committee sees no intrinsic value to spending funds for such compensation. With all of the above presented, the Finance Committee formally asks that the Town Council not consider further action on the matter and to remove it entirely from consideration. The Finance Committee further prays the Town Council will hear our concerns and take our advice in the best financial interests of the town of Bridgewater and her residents. We must be prudent, pragmatic, and most of all, responsible. To do otherwise is to disregard the public desire for fiscal restraint during an incredibly challenging and financial period. And I will end with this, Mr. President. I do have another item that I will share at the end of this meeting based upon the memo that was given to me to share with you from last week, and it will be recorded in the record. So should you have any questions, please feel free to ask me at your leisure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, and I'll allow my other counselors to speak to this later since you are asking for a response, but this was due to the recommendations from the Charter Review Committee 6 years ago, as I mentioned earlier today, and to honor all of the hard work that they did, we decided to pull it out of rules and procedures earlier and then send it through the rest of the process. This wasn't something that this council brought forward, but it is something that we're considering to putting to a vote to the voters of Bridgewater, because we do maybe think that that is worth considering, and we'll deliberate on that further, but I do want to just make that point of clarification. If my counselors later want to comment on that, I'm sure they would love to make a comment on that. So I'm just speaking for myself. Please, Dr. Hunt.
Thank you. Carlton Hunt, 80 Austin Street. Very quickly, on Order FY 26-11, I think there are 3 items underneath there, and I would just request that you take up each one individually, not vote the order in total. The reason is, as CPC Vice Chair, we have had a committee, a trust that was supposed to be assigned to that committee, represented to our committee, in order to work on housing issues. Because that trust is non-functional, we're always working to make sure we have quorum. We need to replace that particular trust with an at-large member so that we can actually get quorum. We're down 2 other members right now, so we're down likely to be 3 people at a 5-member quorum. So I just ask you to take those 3 items up individually. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President. Joel Thomas, 25 Alvarona Road. I just wanted to take a minute. I wanted to thank Greg Martin and the Veterans Council. They, after the last storm, it was in the middle of the storm, I actually had the chairman of the Veterans Council asked me if I'd go help him shovel out down there and everything, and I was very enjoyed. I think we all had a great time down there. But give a round of applause. Greg kept working when there's not a mistake. I was just one of the things I know that back in December we were talking with the town manager about the water and sewer board, and he was looking at their qualifications. Well, and it comes back to few weeks ago now, we were talking about the difference between shall and should with the legal counsel. Well, it does state in section 27 that there shall be a water and sewer board. So why are we taking so long at that, but yet we were trying to rush an appointment to a council seat? So that's all I'm gonna end with that. I have a lot of other water stuff, but I'm sure that Billy and the town manager are gonna do a great job covering it tonight, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
That's all right.
Curse my
All
height.
right. Thank you so much. Timothy Trocchio, 16 Cassidy Place. I'm here to listen and learn. I'm here to advocate for the residents of Bridgewater, my wife, and my future child. Someone on this council the other day was commenting on Facebook, and they said, "We need a plan, not platitudes." The voters are paying attention, and to dismiss their concerns and to say you have a plan when we see nothing, we hear nothing, and we experience nothing is sort of ignorant at best. I have one for you. The voters can see this. This is something I learned when I was in Afghanistan. Perception is reality. The voters see that there's an attempt to try to hook friends up. Regardless of what you say and how you say it, that is the perception, and that is our reality here as voters in Bridgewater. Leadership is much more than calculations and numbers on a spreadsheet and cold calculations. It's listening, it's acknowledging, and getting buy-in. We as voters are losing faith and confidence with the current vision and direction of Bridgewater and where it's being led. We want change. We live in the wealthiest country in human history, yet our children attend inadequate schools and our infrastructure crumbles. With proper leadership, we can have a community where our children's needs are met and our infrastructure works. To everyone who has reached out to me and to the residents at home, I am grateful to you for the conversations we have had. I hear you, I see you, and I am here. We deserve a plan, a real plan. We deserve an explanation as to what we are seeing with our own eyes. I am here to be part of the solution. We need collaboration from everyone. The way I see it is that we should not be building irresponsible projects until we really figure out what is going on and how that adds to the strain it will place on our pipes. I also see that our town needs to invest in a real grant program, like our neighbors in Middleborough, to compete for 21st century solutions. We need to bring outside money in and not burden our taxpayers. We must begin to tip the scales to favor residents' needs over big business development. We are the ones who live here. We don't want to lose the identity of Bridgewater, our home. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to come up and speak? Okay, oh.
Grace Lawson, Flagstone Place. I have to apologize, I've been here for 30 years and I haven't really been involved in the political aspect, too many other things going on. Last week was my first week to come here and I thought my head was going to explode. Hearing all of these things that are kind of a quiet, unspoken information that doesn't get out, and I'm beside myself about this town council. So you passed the notes from the last meeting, but we don't see them. I'm told we can go online. Why don't you print the notes before you accept them and attach them to the next week's agenda? I mean, that would be one thing where we could see what was actually happening without having to go hunt and peck. Some of us older people don't have the ability to go and download everything. If you want to be truly open about it, that would make sense to me. I've been watching you, and very few of you have been taking notes, or just for short periods of time. So even though we come up and we give information or we tell you about our concerns, we never get any answers. I know you're restricted by the town council's rules, but that doesn't mean that you don't have to answer for these things. So it seems to me we're just up here bitching a little bit. Some people are scribbling things, and we never know what you're taking away from this. So I think if we're looking at town council rules, we need to really make an addendum that says that the information gets back to the citizens about the concerns that they raised. Some of them you may not have to answer, but some of them you really do. And I think it's, the destruction of communication is what leads to a downfall in any civilization. So I would encourage you to consider giving people answers to the questions that they raise and to publishing the minutes from the last meeting and having them accessible. That's all I have to say, and I'm sorry it took me 30 years to get here.
Steph D'Amelia, Harvest Lane, Bridgewater. I just have a couple of questions that have been asked several times and no answers have been given. On December 11th of 2025, we had a water emergency mandate from the DEP indicating that we are in this because of contaminated water source and lack of quantity. On 12/22 of 2025, there was a sign-off for a permit for major development. On 12/23, there was a meeting right here in this building with the town manager, and a question was asked, how is the water impact report study coming along for this major project on Broad Street? The answer was given. It's in the process of being worked on. That's after, one day after, the water checkoff for a major project was signed off on. during a water emergency. And then on December 31st, same thing, sewer sign-off without any water impact report. The water impact report was given to Bridgewater on the Broad Street project in February. I'd like to know tonight, if possible, who signed off on December 22nd for the water, for the, without a water impact report for the Broad Street project, and on, again, on 12/31, December 31st, for the sewer on that project. One last thing. I am a resident of Bridgewater and have been for 55 years. I want to thank Mr. Moore for standing up here. That was very courageous of him, and not only for what he said tonight, but for everything he's done for this town for 70-something years. And I know there's a lot of people here tonight because of the water situation we're in. I highly encourage you to come to this podium, one at a time, just say your name, street, and say, "I am concerned," and then you'll see how many people are here because of this situation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marie Hayes, Bolton Place in Bridgewater. I'm concerned about the water. We all saw what happened in California with their lack of water. Towns burnt down. We're going there. You guys won't have a job anymore if this happens. If we run out of water, how is the fire department supposed to put them out with no water? You really need to think about it and come up with the solutions, whether we need to dig bigger wells, deeper, or come up with some other kind of sourcing. I know, I looked up how they do it in foreign countries where they have lack of water, they make their own water. I know it's not good for a town this size, but maybe a small community should have to put something in that they can make their own water. There are companies that do that. I don't know if you ever looked into it, but you need to come up with out-of-the-box solutions because you're not coming up with anything. 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road, it needs to happen sooner than that. Or we might not have a town if we end up with a forest fire. That's it.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come up and speak?
Eric Christensen, 214 South Drive. Steph wanted me to say something. I'm concerned about the water as well. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Kennedy, Setauket Trail. I'm also concerned about the water.
Thank you, everybody. 65 Fox Hill Drive, Jeannie Duggan. I'm very concerned about the water. Thank you.
Donna Jewell, 50 Keith Place. I'm extremely concerned about the water, and I'm extremely concerned that this is continuing to go on unaddressed. I know that we can't get answers to everything that we ask at a town council meeting unless the answer is known. And tonight I would like to know what the pre-approved projects that we keep hearing about are specifically. We keep hearing that there wouldn't be permits issued for anything that wasn't already pre-approved. I don't know what those are. I would like to know specifically what those are and what their combined water usage would be. I also know that we focus a lot on the quality of the water. I'm very concerned about that, but probably more so concerned about safety. Should we not have water from Middleborough
after April, middle of April, April 11th or so, and we don't have an alternate supply, how are we going to put out a fire? Maybe our public safety officials could answer that. That's a serious, serious concern. Thank you.
My name is John Norris, 1297 Vernon Street. I also have a business here in Bridgewater, and I am also concerned for myself, for my family, for my children. Also concerned for all the citizens here and their children. I'm running for state representative. I'm doing so because the last time that Maura Healey came to town, she was unaware that we had a water problem. One of the many issues that you, as a town council, will face is that we don't have very adequate, aggressive voice up at state. We don't have that squeaky wheel that knocks on doors every day. I promise you, if I'm elected, I will not just be that squeaky wheel, I will be the most annoying person up on the hill until Bridgewater gets more funding, 0% APR financing, as well as additional assistance in the creation of the water system that we need to replace. You have the unenviable job of fixing problems that are a decade plus in the making. I know that you as individuals have stepped up into a position that has no pay, at least until you try to vote on it, but a position that has no pay. I sat in that seat myself over a decade ago, and we were still talking about the water then. Now it has come to a head. I know that you individuals who are on this council, as well as the new town manager, are doing everything you can to fix this. But please listen to the concerns of the citizens. They are real, they are genuine, and they need to be answered. So when Mr. D'Amelia came up here and asked for the name of the person who signed on a document, I think it's only fair that the citizens get to hear who signed that. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Christine Smith, Gadsby Drive. Like some of my fellow townspeople, this is my first time coming here and being involved. I've been in town for 20 years. I moved here from another town that had similar situations occurred, and I said, well, let's go to a better town, things that have it more together. And I have to tell you, listening to everything over the last 6 or so months has me only thinking one thought in my head, and that is, how fast can I get out of Bridgewater now? And that's not exactly what I love to hear myself say, because I've enjoyed being in this town, and I've met a lot of my lifelong friends here. And the townspeople are great. Look at what's in front of you. So my question to you is, what are you going to do for us? We need to fix it somehow, and it's up to you to help us do that.
Good evening. My name is Rosemary Doherty. I live at 161 South Street. And although I don't feel that I've suffered any of the inconveniences of the town water, I am here to express my concern not only for the water supply, but for the town of Bridgewater itself. I've lived here for about 10 years, and I can't think of a better place I'd rather be. I'm also currently one of the crossing guards for the schools. And I love my job, and I really appreciate the kids, and I want to see them have a better future. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Katie Macmillan. I just moved here in December, and of course, I am very young. This is my first meeting that I'm attending, so hello. But I've been engaged on social media, obviously, with what is going on in this town. There's been a lot going on. I don't think a lot of people here know what's going on. I never did before I moved here. If I knew what was going on with the water situation, I would have never moved here. And I live on Plymouth Street, it's near the college. I went to Bridgewater State, graduated from Bridgewater State in 2021. The thing that is also going on with the water is also the sewer plant. When I was commuting to Bridgewater, I noticed this faint smell from the sewer plant, but as I moved here, I walk out of my room and I smell it in my apartment, and I walk outside and I gag. This is an every morning occurrence. I want to be able to open my window and let in the fresh air, and it is putrid. And it is something that needs to be discussed, needs to be looked at. It can't be healthy to breathe in. Don't know what's going on there. I don't have a lot of information of what it even is. I just know it's a sewer plant that I heard is being poorly managed or poorly taken care of. My family is huge in politics. I hate politics. And for me to come up here and say something tonight really should tell you guys that something is going on in this town and is wrong, and you need to listen to the citizens tonight, especially those like me who do not do this whatsoever and want to stay as far away as politics as possible. So thank you, and yep, that's all. Thank you.
Hello, Michael Doherty. That was my sister, 2 people back. I've been here for 10 years too. I'm helping a 92-year-old woman who owns a house on Broad Street, right across the street from the new construction. She's very concerned about her water bill, and she's concerned. I'm concerned about it. We should all be concerned about water, because our body is made up 90% water. We need that to survive. So before you even issue permits for any kind of construction, the water thing should be the number one thing you guys should concern yourselves with. And same with the residents. We all have a right to speak about this, and we should have had the right to speak about the permit being issued for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Pratty, 37 Moulton Place in Bridgewater. I've lived here now consecutively for 67 years. This town has always had the best reputation for water. Those days are gone. We need to do something. People aren't here for politics. They're here for safety, and they're here for health. Steph, I'm very concerned. Thank you.
My name's Cindy Dempsey. I live at 80 Comfort Street in Bridgewater. I see some old and familiar faces. I've lived here, well, I'm 71. I've lived here pretty much my entire life. My family, on the other hand, purchased the property that we own, my husband and I, probably in 1906. So my family's been here a day or two. And it's true what Tom said about the water when we were young. The town, well, half the name is water, Bridgewater. So we did have good water. I, too, am extremely concerned about this. A little bit of history is that back, in the 80s, I worked for the Bridgewater Independent, the local weekly newspaper. This is one of the problems which you can't address, but which social media and some of the people here are gathering information and putting it together. But it's not cohesive in the way that a news reporter or an investigative reporter, even on such a local level as a town weekly, would do. So I think one of your big problems, other than water and, you know, the real safety of our water, is communication. There's no comprehensive, cohesive communication. It's incredibly confusing for people who are not politicians or not involved in the day-to-day government, of knowing what, you know, this code and that code are. But the word needs to get out in a clear way so that people understand. That will make your job, I would think, better. And it would allow people to understand what's going on. People are confused. People are angry. People who have been here only a few years want to leave. That's not good. I mean, there's so many dimensions to this problem. I worked for a few years at the high school. What are the kids drinking? You know, what are they getting for water? I mean, that's a problem. I don't want my grandchildren who come to visit me to drink the water, even though we have, and have had for many years, a water filter that is, you know, it doesn't get rid of PFAS. This is a problem, and action needs to be taken. You've been voted in by the community to do that. What is your plan? It needs to be identified. Thank you.
Good evening. Rosemary Anderson from 25 High Pond, and I've lived in Bridgewater for 25 years. And the water situation is horrendous. And actually, I know several people who have had doctors say they think it's very possible that illnesses that they've had were caused by the water. I was one of those people. 2 summers ago, living all by myself, was so ill I couldn't get up off my couch to go to my kitchen and get something to eat. I was so fatigued. And it's really kind of a puzzling thing. I was here before. I brought water samples with me. I left them here for the board to look at. I invited you to drink it because I knew you wouldn't, but it was brown. I'm really upset about the young children who probably are being affected physically. I know what it did to me as an old person, and my doctor said it was very possible that it was the water. They ran all kinds of blood tests, lost my hair. It's horrendous. And something that's very puzzling to me is why, in a community that I live in of retired people, of 225 homes, I think, and some of us experience the bad water and others don't. And we're trying to figure out, how does that happen? And it seems to be the homes that are nearest High Street that are affected. And it's really uncomforting when you talk to your neighbors and you find out that they've bought new underwear for their husband, this is a true story, and washed it all before he wore it and had to throw it out because it came out brown. I personally bought very, very expensive sheets, brand new sheets, white ones. I donated them to a vet to use in his animal hospital for bandages. The sheets were brown. This has just got to stop. It's unforgivable. And the building, How does anybody in their right mind think that we should be building more places? We can't give water to people now. It's as simple as 1 and 1 makes 2. And why are we tearing down beautiful buildings that could be repurposed? You're talking about an 80-bed hospital on the Nip, one of the most pristine places in Bridgewater, and you're going to pollute it even more than it already has been because of all the hotels that are there? It doesn't make any sense, and it's heartbreaking. And it's also heartbreaking is that before I lived in Bridgewater, I lived in a community where there was pristine water. People came from all over to talk about the water from where I came from. It was a well, an old Indian well, and it never had contamination until last year. And they had to shut the well down. And guess what? Because they were building. And when you're building and you're chopping down trees and you have nothing to take care of sopping up the water that's polluting your roads, it's crazy. It's just crazy. And and off the water, and I promise I won't be much longer, I have been to several council meetings, and I have to say that I don't ever feel welcome. I think tonight is a perfect example of people showing up and there's no seats. And you're scurrying around and you get chairs later. Certainly you knew there was going to be a big audience tonight. There should have been seats prepared. And I really would like town council to see if there's something you could do to find a meeting place where people can sit, where people feel welcomed, can view and can hear well. This isn't it. Plus you take your life in your hands parking out in the square. It's poorly lit. There's no police presence, and there should be on a town council night to help people cross the street safely. Something has got to change, and wow. I don't want to bore you anymore, and I appreciate your work.
Margaret Peterson, 473 Summer Street. I let you know, all know that I am very concerned about the water. I've been a resident for over 30 years. My family, my husband's family went to school all the way up, moved from Brockton. I think he came here when he was 6. He's now retired, so we've been here a while. And I've always loved this town, but definitely the water is so bad. It comes out dirt, and I understand we flush, and it's good for a couple weeks, and then it's back to the usual brown again. I can't wash white in clothes in my house. I have to go to another town to wash my whites. not even washing it in the laundry mat in our town doesn't even work. It's bad. So thanks you for listening, and I want to thank you, Kelly, for keeping us apprised online. Thank you. We really appreciate it. We really appreciate you, and because of you, I think we're all here. Thank you very much.
Hi, Kathleen Wynot, 20 Setauket Trail, Bridgewater. Steph, I'm concerned too. And quite frankly, I'm pissed off as well. Do the right thing and fix this. Thank you.
Kelly Meehan, 220 Curve Street. I started all this because my little daughter back there got very sick and she lost her hair too, just like the woman in the crowd.
I had all of her symptoms, every one of them.
Unbelievable. Thank you all for coming. We need change. You guys have to listen. This has been going on for too long.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Steve Dempsey. I live at 80 Comfort Street, along with my lovely wife, who just addressed you, and I'm not here just to support her, because if I don't, I would be in trouble, but it's because I want to thank the gentleman who invited the people up to say, whoever in this room has a deep concern about our water situation, please come up one by one. Thank you for that. I don't believe there's a person in this room, and in that general statement, every one of the council members, there isn't a single person in this room who can deny a concern about water. Like Cindy said, my wife said, we've had like a solid carbon block filter in our house, and I'm thinking, oh, I'm drinking this great water, great water. She's giving me a hassle about, Steve, don't drink, the water, there's a question. And I was ignoring it until just recently, so I'm a little bit new to this biggest issue. But I spent my entire career in education, and I can tell you, when you had a troubled kid, high school kid, one of the first things I would do is say, let's go for a walk, and I'd give him a glass of water. Water is the, after oxygen, most important issue in the world for humanity. We would not be a planet, the blue planet, without water. Clean, fresh, wholesome, nutritious water. I am really shocked about these PFAS. I'm not a chemist. I'm concerned. What is the impact? I drink at least probably 1.5 gallons of water a day to keep my health. I'm thinking about the kids in school. What's in the water from their bubbler? Are they drinking bad water? What about the people? And I'm thinking about the poor guys, folks down and I think they probably have their own system, but down in the prison. Now, they can't go anywhere else. Are they drinking poison water too? So it's a huge concern, and the council, thank you for your work. I know it's hard being on doing this public work, because someone's going to be pissed off at you no matter what your stance is, right? But please, take your responsibility, I know you do, seriously, but please try to dig into this. Please don't give an excuse that the state says we have to have extra housing, so we can't do anything about a pre-approved project when there's a water emergency declared by the Department of Environmental Protection. I don't buy that. I don't buy that you can't seek them and say, sorry, too late, too late. So, thank you very much, everybody, and thank all you great people for coming tonight. This is a wonderful town, by the way. 5 generations of Italians in this town, and I'm here because of them, and I thank them all. Thank you, folks.
Hi, my name is Scott McDonald from 83 Pond Street. I grew up, my family has been here for 22 years. We were in the Badgers program. We love this. We love the town. We love the town. We're now contemplating leaving the town because of the water situation. We pay taxes just like everybody else here, and we want to consider a victory getting up in the morning and turning on the faucet and having clean water, as opposed to now having a victory driving down to a Blue Drop water station and getting 15 gallons of water because there was nobody else there in line. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I respect very little people in this town more than I do Steph. My wife and I, we're concerned. We're concerned. Fix it.
Good evening. Maureen Caro, 1466 Vernon Street. I can't believe I'm getting up here. I wasn't planning on it, but I'm very concerned. I've lived here for 40 years and raised my family here. My husband and I are semi-newly retired, and our plan was to downsize when we retire. That's our money. That's our retirement, whatever happens, and we can't. Who's going to come by our house here? Who's going to come to Bridgewater now after December? So I am very concerned about that. But another thing that I kind of thought of was, has anyone approached the college? We have like a college in our town full of young minds, enthusiastic, wanting to make their mark, do their thing. Has anyone thought about approaching the college and trying to get them involved with some new minds, new ideas and stuff? And it would benefit them if they came up with something that helped us. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the council, residents in attendance, MJ Spagone, 5 Lakeshore Center, Unit 1128, speaking as a resident of the town of Bridgewater. I share in the concerns of everyone here in this room and everyone that has expressed anger at how the water system has played out. You see this? This is a bottle of water. It's about $1.99 each time I buy one. I buy a 30-pack of these every couple of weeks. I'm getting real tired of it when I have to pay a large water bill where I live. We need to find a way to fix this and get it done soon, because this is also environmentally hazardous, just like PFAS is, because when this stuff degrades, it becomes permanent chemicals in the ground. Let's fix this problem, and let's get it done quickly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Hi, Lori Clifford, 65 Running River Road. I've been following on social media and recently started to come here because I, too, am concerned. I pay taxes. I go get the Blue Drop water. I'm also researching getting a full house filter on my home, and it's upward of $10,000, and I can't wrap my head around that I'm paying taxes, go and get water someplace else, and to filter clean water in my house, I have to put out of pocket $10,000. So I, too, am concerned. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to come up and speak? Sure.
I got one question. When are you going to flush? Really, I mean it. I mean, when are you going to flush? Because I'll get what looks clean once you flush. I mean, that's the best I think I'm going to do, but I can't wait 2 years. So I want to know when you're going to flush.
I hope that everybody sticks around for the water presentation, and we're going to be answering those questions coming up here shortly.
Okay.
That may be a great place to end. I don't know if anyone else would like to come up and speak. All right, well, speaking for myself, thank you all for coming tonight. I think that government works best when its citizens are involved, so I appreciate every single one of you coming up here this evening and sharing your thoughts and concerns. They are definitely heard, and we will have that update here. This water presentation will be coming up here in a few moments. I encourage everybody to stick around and to educate yourself. We'll continue to get educated on our end as to where everything currently is, and we're going to lay out the plans that we have for the town and all the different options that we have available to us. So we'll go ahead and move on here.
I was just going to propose that we take item I, town manager report, out of order so we can jump right into it.
Second. Yeah, so for discussion, do we need to take the hearing due to any time constraints? Okay. So, yeah, we would just do the hearing quickly, and then we would then move on to town manager's report. You want to rescind it?
I'll rescind it.
All right, cool. All right, so with that being said, again, thank you everybody for speaking. We will have another period at the end of the meeting if you'd like to come up again or come up for the first time to speak. So we do not have any appointments. We'll move on to our hearings here quickly, and then we will have the town manager's report briefly after that, which will include that water presentation that we previously mentioned. So we'll begin with Order FY 26-034. laying out an acceptance of a private way. This is for the Cal Drive extension. This is a continued public hearing, which was originally noticed in the 2/24/26 enterprise. I will reopen this continued hearing at 8:15 p.m., and I will ask the petitioner, Mr. Lee Castanetti, if he would like to speak at all at this time.
Good evening, thank you. Lee Castagnetti, representing the petitioner, Longbuilt Homes. You have previously accepted the roads, the layout for the three primary roads in the development, and I inadvertently overlooked, this was an extension of existing road, and I inadvertently overlooked filing this application at the same time that I filed the other three. So this is just a completion of the process for the entire subdivision.
Great, thank you for that. At this time, are there any general questions from the public? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public who would like to speak in favor? Seeing none, is there anybody from the public that would like to speak in opposition? And seeing none, do any of our counselors here have any questions for the petitioner? Okay.
Say that this is not something that we're adding, or it's not new development or anything like that, just so everybody is clear.
Yes, thank you for that. And it's a previously existing development. We accepted the other streets that were in this neighborhood, and this would complete the package. I guess that makes sense.
Correct.
Great. So at this time, if there are no further questions, I will close the public hearing here. It is 8:17 p.m., and I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made in a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we will go ahead and do a roll call vote because we have Councilor McGrath on Zoom.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Dr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Loretti?
Yes.
Ms. McGrath?
Yes.
Ms. Ellenberg?
Yes.
And Mr. Kennedy?
Yes.
8 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a good evening.
You too. We do not have any licensed transactions for this evening. We do not have any presentations under presentations. We do have the water presentation under town manager report. We will now move to the town manager's report, and I will kick it over to town manager Casanova Davis.
Thank you, Council President. We're going to have first a presentation from Mr. Martin for the Vietnam War Memorial Project.
Thank you, Council President, Town Manager, and the Council, and members of the public. Wanted to, some of you heard a little bit of this presentation last week, but now that we can broadcast it to the masses, we wanted to come back and give the presentation again. The purpose of this presentation is to inform the audience of a project that we're doing called the Vietnam War Memorial Project. And I'll start off by just telling a story. First of all, my name's Greg Martin. I'm the Veterans Agent for the town of Bridgewater. And I'm here with Mary Bogle, who's a member of our Veterans Council, Sean Murphy, who's our Veterans Council Chairman, and Mr. Stephen Ferris, who is actually joining the Veterans Council. He's our honorary Vietnam veteran. Actually, Mr. Ferris is one of 2 veterans that I'm aware of in town, besides Mr. Bill Labossiere, who many of you know, who served in both Vietnam and the Gulf War, both those conflicts 20 years apart. So let me just tell you a little backstory about this. When I took over as Veterans Agent 2 years ago, it was around this time of year. It was, leading up to Memorial Day. And the Veterans Council came to me and said, Greg, we need to order the wreaths for the memorials around town. I said, okay, how many wreaths? Where do they go? So, all right, we got 14 wreaths last year. The scouts put them out. They know where they go. I reached out to the scouts. I said, can you give me the list of memorial sites that we lay the wreaths around town? I got a list, and it said the bridge on High Street, the bridge on South Street, the bridge on Vernon Street, the memorial at Mount Prospect. Very nondescript. So I took the better part of a day, and I went around to every single one of these memorial sites, and the vast majority of them were in some state of disrepair. The World War II bridge had no sign. Some of the bridges had one sign. It was bent over. I get to the memorial at Mount Prospect, and as you can see in the photo, there's a wreath hanging on the memorial, and there's no plaque. And I said, what is this? And nobody knew. It took us 9 months to figure out that this was a Vietnam memorial. This was on social media. Many of you may have seen it on the Facebook residence page. I thought it was going to be a lot easier to find out, but needless to say, we got to the bottom of it after 9 months. Mr. Stefano D'Amelia had told me, hey, Greg, if you get to the bottom of this thing and find out that it has something to do with veterans, let me know. And I'll talk a little bit more about the work that Steph's helping us do with the memorial project. But before I jump ahead, I just want to give Mr. Ferris the opportunity to say a few words here as well.
Steve Ferris, or Stephen, Brownfield Drive. I came to Greg's office for another reason. Come to find out, we got talking about, is there a Vietnam memorial? And he said, funny. He says, I just traced down the plaque for it. My head kind of twisted, and I went, chase down a plaque? He said, well, I'm going over to it. Do you want to come? I'm sorry, I might get emotional. As we drove over, there was a resemblance of what gentlemen and women come back to in this country. A broken, disrespected, and forgotten monument. That's the way a lot of veterans felt coming home. We were told not to wear our uniforms. We were told, buy civvies down the PX, get civilian baggage, put baseball caps on. You know the rest of the story. Right? And that's the way we came home. And we just matriculated back into the community, tried to get jobs. People would find out you couldn't get a job just because you were a vet. Vietnam vets cover all veterans. We're there to do a job. We sign a contract. We take an oath to protect domestic and foreign. We don't have a choice. We do our job. You're here doing a job. You're doing it under a lot of stress. All I was asking for from Mr. Martin was, how do we make this right? Well, in a very short period of time, with the word getting out, through a number of different agencies. Some have veterans and families, some don't. Some are young, that they don't even kind of really remember what Vietnam was. I've got to see both. I wasn't going to bring it up myself, but I come back from Vietnam, that was one thing. Coming back from Desert Storm, completely different thing. Runways lit with lights, people chanting, waving flags. That's the way it should always be. Remember, we're doing a job. That's all we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Just for a little bit of context here, this is a demographic slide that shows, I know it might be a little bit difficult to read in the room, but that bar on the left represents all of the Vietnam veterans in town. You can see that it is far and above any of the other demographic of war periods. Over 600 Vietnam veterans living in the town of Bridgewater today. So just a little bit of the what, when, and where, and we've got some more comprehensive information on this in the form of some handouts. It's on social media. We're going to be plastering this all over the place, but we're going to be doing the rededication of the Bridgewater Raynham Memorial, and I'm going to show you what that's going to look like, and primarily there to honor our Vietnam veterans who are very well deserved. This is going to take place on Sunday, March 29th, which is National Vietnam Veteran War Memorials Day. And the time will be at 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And again, on the more detailed flyer, it shows the sequence of events, and it will be at the Edward J. O'Donohue Middle School, and I've got a map on the next slide, but I know this is going to be broadcasted and recorded. This QR code will actually take you to our Facebook event page, so feel free to scan that. If you're on social media, you can go there and register for the event. It's not necessary, but it just kind of creates a little bit more buzz around town if you are on social media. This is the location. So where you see the red star here, that's the site of the memorial. This is Mount Prospect Street. Across the street is the graveyard, and we've got plenty of parking, and it's going to be the perfect venue for the event that we have planned. This is what the monument is going to look like. It's going to be incredible. It's, as you can see, it's black granite, much like the Vietnam War Memorial. As I mentioned before, Mr. D'Amelia has graciously offered his resources and services to help. He put his money where his mouth is. When he told me, 9 months ago, when you figured this out, Greg, let me know. And he's out there on his skid steer already, 2 days after the snowstorm. I was dropping my daughter off at school, and he told me he was going to start on Monday, which was yesterday, and this was last Thursday or Wednesday, half a day. I'm in line. I see a skid steer moving snow around the monument, and sure enough, it's Steph out there. He was chomping at the bit to get going at the project. Every time I say thank you to him, he gets mad, and he says he's honored to do this, and I'm honored for him to be on the project. Graziano Concrete, local vendor, they're providing the concrete at no charge. And we'll talk, Sean Murphy's going to talk a little bit about the finances at the end. Barnacote Memorial out of Middleborough has done a fantastic job working together on the design. And I'll talk about what's going to go on the back as well. And then, of course, we've got some other generous sponsors, including private citizens. As far as the back goes, so the original plaque on the monument, which I didn't speak to it, but it was on the front page of the slide, the plaque on the right, that's the original plaque. We're preserving the original plaque of the monument. The original monument was just irreparable, so we really had to start over with this. But we're preserving the plaque. That's really what's important to us. We're going to preserve that. We're going to put the names of the fallen Vietnam veterans that were killed in Vietnam. But the added touch that we're going to do here, and we talked about this in the Veterans Council, and I think it's a great idea, the veterans who have succumbed subsequently to their service in Vietnam, in other words, veterans who died as a result of their exposure to Agent Orange. Bridgewater Rainham attendees will go on the wall. Bridgewater residents will go on the wall. So more to come on some of the logistics of that, but that is the intent for the back of the wall. And we're going to have 3, in addition to the 7 names of the Bridgewater residents who passed, in Vietnam, there's going to be 3 names of veterans that I've assisted and their surviving spouses who died as a result of their Vietnam service. So we're going to be honoring those family members who are still residents of this town on the day of the event. Okay, last slide. Demo and site prep started. As I said, the foundation will be poured by March 25th. The monument will be installed by March 27th, and then on March 29th, we're going to do the dedication. I won't get into the details of the day of the event. Just know that it starts at 10. The ceremony will start at 11, but we're going to have a social before that. And then it will continue after the event. So just take note of the date, take note of the time, and mark your calendars, please. We want to see as many people out there as we can. We can accommodate as many as show up. So we're not doing it at an inside venue. It's all outdoors. We're going to have tents. We're going to have everything there. So I would encourage you all to come on out. So with that, let me turn it over to Sean Murphy. He's going to talk about the finances.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Murphy. The cost for the actual monument itself is $7,000, and that includes actually people doing a lot of stuff for free. Like we said, it would have been a lot more expensive had those people not put in, like Steph did put in its work and everything like that. So that's a deal at $7,000. So far, we've raised $7,500. I think actually raised a little bit more than that right now. That was loud. Sorry. Our primary goal was $7,000. Our stretch goal is $10,000. We have about 2,500 or 2,000 remaining to get there. I just want to point out that not one penny has come out of taxpayer funds. The town hasn't paid for any of this. We haven't asked for any of this. We had a Christmas party. Some of you went. Some of you remember this. We raised every dime for that. The town didn't put it in. We had veterans got to show up for free. Their family got free. All their kids got Christmas gifts for free, all the food was free. We raised all that money privately, just like we have here. What we're just asking from all of you is to show up. Show up and show Reno, well, we call him Reno, you can't call him Reno. Mr. Ferris, you show Ferris, veterans like Mr. Ferris, your gratitude. We just ask you to show up. Thank you.
Any questions from the council?
None for me. Any questions, councilors?
Just thanking you very much from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is regarding a DPW storm update, but I think unless the council has a question about that, I might defer that till the next council meeting. We were just highlighting what the snow and ice deficit was, and I also want to take the opportunity to talk about the work that our team did, but I think we can address that at the next meeting, unless you guys have any questions.
Any immediate questions? No? Okay.
Okay. All right. So the next item, and I'm going to just give a brief sort of outline where we're at. I want you to have the presentation from Helen Gordon, who's a principal at Apex, who does a lot of the engineering work and consulting work that the town has utilized as part of the water projects that we've done. This team has been a part of the work that's established the water capital plan. But before we do that, I really quickly want to say that, obviously, we have a lot more people here, and I'm glad to have these residents here. So we can just quickly talk about some of the work that we've done, the work that we are going to be doing in addition to that. But as everyone's aware, there was an interconnection with Middleborough. We established that in January for a reason. One, we wanted to ensure that we weren't turning wells 10B primarily on because it was an untreated well. We wanted to make sure that we were never going to be in that situation again, hopefully. And by establishing interconnection with Middleborough, what we want to do is we want to be strategic. And remember, I've said many times, especially in municipal government, and I feel in this with our water infrastructure, we've been reactive, but be strategic. And some of the things that we've done with this interconnection, for example, we took well number 3 offline. We took it offline for about 2 weeks in order to redevelop the well. During that period, the well was producing 144,000 gallons per day. With the well redevelopment, we've more than doubled that capacity. It's now producing approximately 360,000 gallons per day. Being strategic. Our water department team took well 8 and did some routine maintenance that we wouldn't have been able to do before because we were pumping our wells continuously all the time. We wanted to make sure we do that routine maintenance work. I wanted to address the flushing. That question's been asked as well. We wanted to establish the interconnection with Middleborough so we could flush our lines properly because the town hasn't been able to do that for a significant amount of time. So that's what this interconnection allows us to do as well. Our water department, our team had highlighted that. Let me finish what I was saying, and then we'll get there. In addition to that, understanding that our water system is an enterprise system. The users pay for these fees. Everything in terms of infrastructure development is borne by the users. So understanding there's a significant amount of work that needs to be done in this water system, not over weeks, months, but years. We've also been strategic about our advocacy. We had contacted the DEP department. One is part of, we petitioned for the water emergency. We said we needed some help. We needed some assistance. Collaborating with the DEP department, we got a $2 million reimbursable grant that we had some last week, we had some revisions asked for us from the DEP, but we are doing those revisions, and I expect that we will have the capability to submit for reimbursement to the EPA. We've met with Congressman Keating's office, Senator Markey's office, and Senator Warren's office, so we can be prepared for when they open congressionally directed earmarks to ensure that we're trying to mitigate the cost of this water infrastructure needs off the users. And so we've been very strategic. We've talked with Rep. Gallagher. We've talked with Senator Driscoll as well. We've talked to the governor's office, the lieutenant governor I spoke with, making sure they're very aware about the need for support for our infrastructure. We're taking it serious. We need that support, and we're asking for their advocacy. I want Helen to give more of those presentations. We'll highlight some more of the work that we're doing and some of the other alternative solutions. But I want residents to hear this. Every opportunity that I've had to meet with residents, whether individually or in little small groups, I think as we talk about the work that we're doing, they understand that it takes time, and it's frustrating. It definitely is frustrating. It takes time. It's going to take years to do a lot of the work when we talk about PFAS and different things like that. But we're committed, we've prioritized it, and we are listening, and we care about what you're saying. So tonight, this is something that I've been thinking about for a while. Tonight, I'm going to establish a town manager's water advisory committee, directly of residents, so you're very attuned to the work that we're doing, because I do agree that it's been complicated to get the communication part. We understand not every resident can watch town council meetings. Not every resident reads memos. Not every resident has the capability to come to meetings in the evening or in the middle of the day. So I think you are our best advocates of getting a message out, because when people hear about what we're doing, for the most part, they've understood what we're doing, they appreciate it, they understand that this is the right course of action, but I want to hear directly from you all further. So we will establish that town manager water advisory committee of residents. So it's our commitment, and I'll let the council speak for itself. It's a commitment from not only myself, not only from my team, but I'm sure they'll say it, a commitment to listening to you, caring about this issue, prioritizing this issue. We've made it a priority. We will continue to make it a priority until we get it right. So now I'll toss it to Helen to give a little bit of that presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President, town council members. Thank you, Justin. The town manager asked me to come here today and give you a background on what we have been doing. This speaks to the concern that the residents have indicated, that you wanted transparency, you want to know what the plan is, you want to know what we're doing. As Justin indicated, some of it it takes time to build infrastructure and to rebuild infrastructure. So I'm going to kind of start from the basics to get everybody on the same page. The first thing I want to do is talk about current water supply status, then the immediate actions that were taken by the town, and then future actions underway. So first of all, let's talk about the current water supplies, because there is, every community right now has a withdrawal permit. So if you could move to the next slide, that would be great. And it's actually, you can see it better on the back screen than on the front screen. And this is some important information. So I'm just going to have you tick down, because there's a few things that kind of sweep in. So if you could just
Quickly to just interrupt you as well, for residents here and the residents in attendance who are watching, this is a part of the packet as well. So if there is some difficulty seeing this here tonight, it is a part of the agenda tonight. So we will make sure when we put it on our website as well, so people have access to this. We want you to be able to see it.
So the town has what we call a withdrawal permit. So any water supply that is a groundwater supply requires a permit from the state. They manage how much water is withdrawn from a particular watershed. So currently, your withdrawal permit looks like this. If you could just click. And the current permit does have up to 4.11 maximum day withdrawal allowed. The important thing to understand associated with that is that includes Vernon Street wells. Now, the Vernon Street wells were tested for capacity in 2016, and the state had given approval to move forward with development of those wells. Plan is moving forward, and we will talk about that in a minute. But right now, so our permitted capacity is 4.11, but the actual capacity we have right now is, do you want me to run it? Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, thank you. So you can stay right there. Don't move. That's fine. So the permitted capacity of the developed wells, and this is the point I'm trying to make, because Vernon Street aren't developed. Your current permit capacity is 1.86 MGD. That's your average day demand, with a maximum of 2.87. Now, your supply demand in 2025, and I'll get into some of the details in a little bit on how we calculate demand and so forth. But suffice it to say that in 2025, based on your historic information that we had, you were averaging 1.64 million gallons a day with a maximum day of 2.38. So if you did the basic math, you would say, hey, that's great, we have enough water. But let's uncover a little more of the onion and take a little bit of that peel off. So if you could. The actual production in the fall and in the summer and fall of 2025 was only 1.26. And this is where the problem exists, in that Carver's Pond Water Treatment Plant, at the time, there are wells that treatment plant treats. Well 5 was offline for replacement. It was similar to a lot of your other wells in that, due to its age, it was pumping less than what it's permitted to pump. And when wells start delivering a capacity that's less than what they are approved for, you have to redevelop the well. You have to clean the screen and flush it and bring it back online. Now, unfortunately, because well 5 was so old, it got to there is a point where you can't redevelop a well anymore, and you actually have to replace it. So you have to find, as close as possible to that well, another location for a well. At the same time, there was a reduction of the carrying capacity at the discharge pipe due to tuberculation, which is something that needs to be addressed as well. And then High Street had a well 9, that was offline. Again, that had been redeveloped over the years and had gotten to the point where it couldn't be redeveloped anymore and needed to be replaced. Well 3, as Justin had indicated, was down due to reduced production. That well was able to be redeveloped, so that's been redeveloped. And then the Plymouth Street wells were offline because of high iron and manganese and high PFAS. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the immediate actions that were taken. And again, I think I don't want you to crane your neck too much, but it appears that this one's clearer for you. So I do want to start kind of the journey of where we've been. So September 2023, environmental partners began working with the town of Bridgewater, actually in 2020, doing some work associated with High Street and the High Street Water Treatment Plant. That's your new treatment plant that was built. In September 2023, Carver Pond Well 5R and 9R were reduced. So again, I mentioned Well 5 and Well 9 were not producing as they should and needed to be replaced. So the first thing we had to do was go in March 2024, after putting together a plan for a pump test that had to be developed, and identifying between September 2023 and March 2024, it took us time to identify where we were going to dig the replacement wells at these two locations. We had to go through an approval process with Mass DEP submit what the plan was, where the locations are, how close they are to the wetlands, what impact could be associated with the wetlands from a hydro-geo perspective. So there was a lot of background data that had to be pulled together in field work to get to the point to get approval from Mass DEP. So in 2024, we got approval for the first step, which is a well pump test. We dug the wells and we did the pump tests. April 2024 was when we did the pump test for 5R and 9R. We came up with a total capacity that we could design for, and then we had to design the pumps and the controls, and also put together the plans and specifications to go out to bid, because all public projects have to be publicly bid, and go through that process. So I'm just trying to explain why things take time. So between May 2024 and then February 2025 is where I did color code this to try to keep track of projects, because at the same time, the Plymouth Street well pilot testing was being done. So I want to express to everybody here, one of the things we did was not just do one thing at a time. So we were engaged to also look at the Plymouth Street wells as far as the quality goes, iron and manganese, PFAS. In order to come up with a design for treatment, you have to do a pilot test. And that pilot test has to be envisioned, put together for the plan, submitted to the state for approval, and get approval. Then we have to have actually a little pilot of the treatment systems that you're going to be using out on site. So we have to get it out on site, and we have to run it for a month.
I'm simple-minded.
You can't.
We're not able to interrupt the presentation.
So we've been working on the treatment side of the wells. And then in March 2025, we got the approval to bid for well 5R and 9R. We did the construction completion May 2025. So you had 2 new wells, 5R and 9R, producing the amount that you have a withdrawal permit for. So they're back online and doing that. In November of 2025, we had to do some second pilot testing because these particular wells on Plymouth Street have a higher iron and manganese than the High Street. And we determined that the best option for treatment there was putting a smaller treatment system right at those wells. In December, in addition to doing the work associated with Plymouth Street, we worked with the water superintendent and town manager and DPW director to negotiate an IMA, an intermunicipal agreement with Middleborough for an emergency connection. And that emergency connection was from permitting to activation was between December 2025 and January 12th, 2025, which is when it came on, to help support as much as possible to be able to finish bringing on the other water supplies that I've been talking about. So now Plymouth Street, we've finalized the design for the treatment. We've identified a vendor. We are going to bid for the first construction phase of that work Thursday, and the plan is to get it's a interim to perm to permanent treatment system. So we're trying to fast track. So we're doing a more, what I would call, for the lack of a better word, and it's not really a design build, but it's more of a design build approach. So we're putting vessels in, and we're putting for treatment, and then the next day, so we can utilize the Plymouth wells as soon as possible. And then in the future, we'll put a building over it for protection during the weather. So we're trying to get this up and running as soon as possible in April. Now that we've identified what treatment processes are to be used, how we're going to connect it up, how we're going to connect up the electric and the SCADA controls and so forth. And I do have to say, my team has been working, we are committed to the town of Bridgewater. I mean, you're my client. The town manager isn't necessarily, is my client, but you're my client. You are the ones that need the water, and you're the ones that pay the bills. So we are committed. I can tell you my team has been working late and weekends assisting the town on the design aspect of it. The High Street well, number 3, as Justin said, came on, back on after it was redeveloped February. March 2026, we had well number 8 was down for maintenance for a little bit. I don't know, we can talk later about when it came back online the end of March 2026. So, I can't hear you. End of February, okay, thank you. So High Street well 8 came on at the end of February, thank you. And the Plymouth Street well treatment construction, as we said, will begin in March. It was weather dependent. We said that because we had that big storm, but the weather is on our side now, which is really great. And the goal is to have it up and running mid to April, when we have to shut off the Middleborough interconnection. And all this is trying to get you to steady state without new supplies. So future action underway. Next slide, please. So the town manager and I talked about how do we present to the public how we have to go about developing the project and getting it through permitting and so forth. So let's talk about the Vernon Street wells. So I'm going to talk about the Vernon Street wells first. The reason being that you already have a withdrawal permit for it. You know how much you can get out of it. We should get that project going. Then I'll talk about 2 potential other sources that we're looking at in conjunction. So all these projects are going on at the same time. We're not doing one and then not the other. So the first step for the Vernon Street wells will be in May, where we do an initial site assessment. And then that site assessment will determine whether or not we have to remove any debris that is on the land in that particular area where we're going to be developing the well. And as you can see on here, if there's no additional assessments required, we can go right to prepare the treatment pilot testing. So again, we have to do a pilot test for these wells because we have to treat these wells. We have to know what kind of treatment we need for those. And then conduct the pilot, just as we did for Plymouth Street. Confirm what the cost is associated with it and make sure that we have the funds in place. And I do want to speak to that for a second. And then if for some reason there is some major problem with the Vernon Street wells that we are unaware of at this date, which we already have preliminary quality data, and the quality looks good there. And depending on the cost associated with bringing it online, that's when the town determines whether or not they want to continue, and then we'll finalize the plans for that. And so we're looking at the earliest possible to get the Vernon Street wells online. Again, they're not just wells, it's a full treatment plant, so it'd be similar to the High Street treatment plant, to give you an order of magnitude. So that we're estimating 2030. That's when those wells will be able to be brought back online. Because of the process, it's not as simple as just drilling a well.
Excuse me, folks, a little order. Thank you.
All right. So what else are we looking at? Because we have to cover all the bases, which is one of the concerns we've heard from the community. So the next one. So there is a desal plant. It's a desal plant. It's run by Aquaria right now. It's owned and operated by a company called Aquaria. Yes, the town of Brockton does have a contract with them to purchase water, and they do have some requirements associated with that. The town manager and his staff have been having initial conversations to talk about whether or not there's potential available capacity there. If and when this was ever going to come to fruition, the actual interconnection would be located in Raynham, because that's where the transmission main from the treatment plant comes. So you would not be connecting up to the Brockton water system. You'd be connecting up to a transmission main directly from the desal plant. But there's still a lot of work to do to develop that and to get approvals from the state. And so to date, the towns met with Brockton reps, met with Aquaria reps, and we did go and visit the site and had some conversations with them, and I was present with the town at that meeting. And then started conversations with Raynham, because Raynham will have to have easements go through there to bring the pipe to your community and so forth. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. And then we have to meet with DEP to confirm permitting. We did that already. I had an initial conversation with them, and they did indicate that we would have to do some desktop townwide supply potential analysis. So look to see if there are any other wells in the community. We haven't, when we did our initial work with Plymouth Street, we did and our redevelopment on 9R and 5, we really didn't see a whole lot of other areas for potential wells, but we still have to go through that one-step process before we could continue the permitting process. And that will be, a connection like that will take a significant number of years. But we're looking into it and coming up with options associated with that. And then I know at the last meeting there was conversation about a private property owner that came in front of the community and indicated that they may have a well available for water supply. So I just want to share with you, I mean, we're able to develop Vernon Street because it's already been approved. And to transfer a private property well to a public water supply is a process. So we received a map through the town manager last month. And we said, okay, let's talk about what it would take for us to get to, let's start design and construction. And what I have here and what you will see in the handout is the journey we have to take to get there. And so we'd be doing a preliminary planning and site screening, and that would be something that would identify potential well locations based on hydrogeo and use and production and protection feasibility. This is the one thing that's critically important when you take over a private well. You don't necessarily have the Zone 1 and Zone 2 protection areas that you want to have for a public water supply. And those are the things you have to take into consideration. And the first thing that would need to be done by the private owner would be to do something like a 21E to confirm that there are no potential hazardous issues in that area before the town would even consider taking private property and investing time and money there. It doesn't mean that you can't do it, it just means that it takes time. So right now, we have just been in conversations with the town manager, and we will continue to do that and continue to go down this road. But suffice it to say, we'd have to do a Zone 2 review. So Zone 1 is within 100 feet of the well, Zone 2 is 400 feet, okay? And Zone 2, we'd have to make sure, is there any contamination in the area? Are there any other properties that have oil spills on them? So on and so forth. As I said, the landowner would have to conduct a 21E. And then depending on that, if there is remediation that needs to be done, the owner of the property needs to remediate before you'd move forward. If there isn't any remediation that's required, then we could do some groundwater exploration and start those pump tests to see what production well might be feasible there. But we will have to go through a process for approval from Mass DEP for the withdrawal, depending on what watershed that particular well is located. And that would include the whole, just the development of the well as boring tests, tests for various locations,
Excuse me,
pump
Helen.
tests and so forth.
Folks that are talking in the back, I know you're talking softly as possible, but we are getting it picked up on the mics, and people are complaining online that they can't hear. So please just
My
keep talking to
apologies.
it. No,
Okay.
not you. The folks in the audience.
Okay.
I know that there's a lot to talk about, but if we could just keep it to a minimum, that'd be great, because folks online can't hear the presentation. But you're doing great. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries. So before we even get to the start of the permitting and environmental filing that we'd have to do, we would have to go through, as I said, the 21E. If there was no remediation that was needed, you could move forward with the groundwater exploration. You'd be doing test borings, preliminary yields assessment. You'd be preparing reports for submittal for your permitting with Mass DEP. You'd have to submit to Mass DEP for approval. We'd have to do pump tests, water quality testing, prepare a comprehensive new source report. And that's where the state will say, okay, based on all this information, yes, you can use this, you can withdraw X amount from it, and you can continue with the permitting process, which will include an environmental filing. So you have to do some environmental work associated with that. And then go through the final Water Management Act. We'd need a water permit for the withdrawal, and then local permits and that MEPA review. And that was it.
I'll open the floor to counselors for questions.
Is there anything we can do to make this process quicker? I heard the audience when you said 2030, and I understand what you're talking about. It's going to take time to do it, but in the interim, what can be done?
So through the president,
Sure, yeah.
thank you. Mr. Council Member, I just want to be clear on the question. So the question is in relationship specifically to the Vernon Street for the 2030?
No, and
Okay, that's why I'm
the
asking.
overall general issue that we have limited water capacity, we have problems with our water, and, you know, this problem has been around for a lot longer than I've been on this council and a lot longer than I've lived in this community. But I know the people that came here tonight need to answer that question.
Counselor, let me take a quick pass at this. For example, one of the things that we did in terms of the emergency declaration, we petitioned the DEP department regarding that, so we could do the interconnection with Middleborough. And so what they are actually doing, we've been collaborating with them pretty constantly. We're talking to them, collaborating with them. We are operating under expedited timeline. For example, for the treatment trailers. So what DEP is allowing us to do is they're allowing us to establish these trailers, and Helen, you can add on to it a little bit further. Establish the trailers, and then we can do more testing after the trailers are established. So they've provided an expedited timeline for some of these projects, being those trailers, for example. Helen, you want to add to that?
Yes, so if you want to talk, I think Plymouth Street is probably the first one we want to talk about, and we can talk about all of them. I can speak to how we could expedite each one of these things. So the Plymouth Street, we are expediting it. It's being done under emergency. So we are doing emergency procurement, and I'm working hand in hand with your finance director on making sure that everything's done appropriately, but that it's done in an emergency capacity. So even though we're getting bids, it's a fast-track bid. We are getting more than one bid. We're getting at least 3 bids on everything to make sure that we're doing the fiduciary right thing for the community. I can share with you that we looked at 5 different vendors of trailers for Plymouth Street, and the one that we chose was one of the less expensive ones, but the one that really works the best for our situation. We're actually designing it like a design, more of a design build than a design bid build. So that's why I say it's a fast track. And that's why I indicated previously that we'd never get, if we went through regular bidding for Plymouth Street, we would not be able to get these trailers up and running as quickly as we've planned. Another thing that we're expediting is, this is kind of a gory technical detail, but part of the treatment requires us to have infiltration beds to dispose of the backwash for the filters. And we've come up with a plan for providing frac tanks initially so we can start right away as we finish the lagoons. So we're doing everything in a phased, quick manner. We already have a agreement for purchase for the iron and manganese, and we're going to be pulling together a purchase order on that. So everything on that particular one is going fast. For the Vernon Street wells, what could make that go faster? I think that the town manager spoke to what we're doing with DEP. DEP has been great in reviewing and approving our proposals and our technical information very expeditiously, and they want things online as soon as possible. You know, in a perfect world, we would have a less arduous bidding process in Massachusetts, and I just needed to throw that out there, but we have tried to do whatever we can, and we will continue to try to do whatever we can for Vernon Street. If we can fast-track any of that permitting with the state, that is the first place. I think the second place is going to be, if we're still in, how do we talk to the legislature to help us, even talk to the Attorney General on what our options are for, maybe we need to do legislation and do a quick design build and be able to fast track Vernon Street better. And we should have that conversation while we're doing the pumping tests and so forth, because that would fast track on the design end of things and move that closer. So there are things we can do, yes. I don't know if that answered your full question.
You're the professional. I'm new at this. I just wanted to hear it. I'm going to just say this based on my prior experience moving to this community. One of the options you brought up and addressed was the Aquaria desal plant. That's the community I used to live in. Ask the residents of Brockton how well it's worked out for them. I think it's a boondoggle, and I'm going to be the one to go on record. I know that people differ with me on that. There is no PFAS in that. But it is a old plant. There are issues with it, and I don't want to see Brockton's desperate to get other communities onto that. So I would just be very careful with that. That's my position on it.
May I?
Yeah, of course.
So we have had some initial conversations, and there are some specific things that we've been talking about that before you ever go and kind of move forward, there's certain upgrades that they're actually doing now, and the position should clearly be that things get in place prior to the community. And I think that connecting up, and I think the town manager probably has some input on that.
One of the things that we've said, and we've talked about this a couple of times, is one, a commitment. A commitment where you're going to hear, you've heard me often say collaboration, giving the council, giving the community the information. So I do know there's a variety of opinions on the council about different projects and different plans for alternative sources. But what our commitment was, we want to give you all the options, give you as much information as possible. Our staff will give you a recommendation once we have that information. So one, we're going to go down, we're going to look at the Vernon Street wells. We're going to give you the information. They're going to have to do a lot more technical work, give you timelines, give you projected costs for all these projects. So the council and the community has that information, and we can make the right decision for this community moving forward.
And can I just put something out there that I didn't put in the presentation, and I hope Lori and the town manager are okay with this. But when we did a capital improvement analysis for the water master plan. I presented that to the councilors a number, I don't know, was it 2023 maybe?
2024.
Don't quote me on that. It was a 4?
2024.
24, thank you. I lose track of time. And that capital improvement program named many of these projects on there and estimated costs. And the finance director with the town manager went ahead and did a water and sewer rate study that took into consideration these projects moving forward. So there has been work on that end as well, and on the end of identifying potential grants. Is a WIFI grant something that's in your future? Those are big, but sometimes EPA will fund multiple projects. So that's one of the things we've been talking about. So there are some options to get support on low interest loans.
Thank you. I'll continue to pass questions around to other counselors. I'm sure that we have plenty to ask, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with a thought, not a question. And Helen, thank you for presenting this information, but I guess my point is gonna be more towards our town manager, because I think we missed the mark tonight, and I think that means I know we have a good plan, and I know that your company is putting good work, and our staff here is putting good work, but we have a communication problem. This isn't an effective way to communicate to residents how we're gonna better their water. It's very in-depth. I feel like I'm sitting through a class at MIT. You mentioned hydrogeo, zone 2. I'm not sure any of those things mean anything to the average citizen. It's really good information, and if somebody had 40 hours a week to sit down and digest it, I'm sure they would really appreciate the information they're getting. But we're not explaining it in plain, simple language with clear timelines of what the process looks like. There was a good timeline in there that backtracked, I think, all the way to September 2023, and that included maybe 2 or 3 dates of what we're gonna do over the next 2 months. The next 2 months are those critical pieces to this puzzle that we wanna explain clearly to the citizens. And every time I bring a comment or a concern from a citizen to our town manager, Justin, you do a great job of breaking it down in a one-on-one setting where I leave your office and I feel very comfortable about what we're gonna do to address that. But we don't put that out there, and we don't communicate it to folks in an effective way on a broad scale. And so folks, take to social media, or they fill that gap with their own information or the information that they can get, because that's the only information that our citizens are getting that they can digest or they can understand. And so, again, while I think this is all great information, and I know there's a good plan because I've sat down with you and others and educated myself on it, we're not doing a good job educating just the average citizen on what that plan is. And we're gonna continue to fail at doing that until we can find an avenue that works. So many folks came up here, a few did mention communication tonight. Everybody asked for a plan, and I think the plan was in there. It just wasn't easy to understand or digest. So I guess that's my feedback is we're 8 months into, Justin, your time here, and we're dealing with a system that's been neglected for 10 plus years, right? And infrastructure that's 50, 60 years old that we're trying to update. But again, why aren't we explaining that clearly to folks that we did go 10 years without addressing the problem? We did receive ARPA money that went to the fire station that we chose not to put towards the water infrastructure. The town made decisions to invest in other options instead of our water infrastructure. That's the reality of it, and that's what we're trying to dig ourselves out of now. And so explain that to folks, that we did put the money elsewhere, and now we're trying to get ourselves out of this hole, and this is the situation we're in, right? So I don't know, I'm preaching to the choir here, but we have to explain this in simple terms, because I know there's a plan, and we need to describe it to folks in an effective way.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree. I have a civil engineering degree, and this was difficult to follow, so I could only imagine that the residents are not feeling any easier. I know that we're going to continue to kind of clarify this process, but we've got to take all this information tonight and get into something that's really, really simple to understand. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I don't mean to interrupt it, or rather ignore you. We don't typically take questions during this period of time, so I apologize for that. But anyway, I absolutely concur with you, and I really think we need to simplify this, and what this council needs to do is put forward that plan. So that was a comment. Any more questions, Dr. Perry?
Yeah. Thank you, and I'm in agreement with that as well. But just maybe to answer a couple of, at least maybe ballpark timeline questions. Obviously, you've kind of spoken to the Vernon Street situation to about 2030. Can you elaborate now, if we look at a private property for water supply, will that timeline potentially take longer because it's not a prior approved site like the Vernon Street was?
I'm just going to look
Oh, no, please
for
take
a
your time.
moment, because I want to be sure I answer this appropriately. Vernon Street wells, we know a lot more about.
Right.
So until such time as we have a clearer picture of the proposed locations in terms of any potential contamination. So that would be thing one that we need to clear up. And I would say that that could take anywhere between a year to 2 years, depending on negotiations with the private owner, right?
Right.
So that's already adding 2 years onto it.
Sure.
And then if all the stars aligned and there's no remediation that needs to be done, it looks like a good site and we can run ahead, then we're, you know, at 2031, 2032.
And that's kind of my thought. I thought it would take much longer to develop a new site that it hasn't been tested or even looked at yet.
And then there's legal issues for ownership and so forth that would have to be done pretty much in lockstep.
And potentially an exponential increase in cost to develop a new site like that.
The real exponential cost is going to be if there's remediation to be done, and that shouldn't be borne on the town.
Certainly, okay. And then secondarily, as far as timeline, with the Dayton plant, ballpark, would you say would be an estimation, if all goes well, that there could be a tie-in with the Dayton?
There's still a lot of questions associated with that particular. There's some information that we have gleaned about capacity and limits on withdrawals during certain times a year because of fish and wildlife and spawning at the site that could potentially impact how much you could get from that location. So there's still a lot, and I would say, you know, that's a 7-year, you know, on a good day. Now, again, what could we do to fast track it? Say we find out we can withdraw, you know, we can get the 1 MGD that we're looking for, okay? And say that's on board. I think what we could do then is that's where we start meeting with your, well, and even before that, meeting with your legislature to get them to fast track any kind of permitting associated with it. So that's what you would want to do.
What was that abbreviation? I didn't know what you just said.
Oh, 1 million
MGD.
gallons a day. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My apologies.
And just to backtrack again a little bit, so with the work that we've done now with Plymouth Street and High Street, and once we get, you know, filtration trailers and all that in place, is that going to bring us to a sufficient capacity where our numbers are set for our productions as far as that goes?
We should be back on production for all the, unless a well goes down and we have to redevelop it.
Right, but with what we've redeveloped and with the filtration of the new filtration of the other wells that need the filtration, that would bring us up to our 1.86 MGD at least, or
Correct.
would that exceed it at all?
No.
No.
No, it wouldn't exceed.
That's our limit, I understand.
Well, yeah, no, that's your limit for those wells at any given point in time. But some of them might be able to pump. They don't necessarily limit the permit to a well. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
But that would just get us to a place where we
1.86.
should be.
Yeah.
And what would be the time frame right now to get us to that point, would you say, right now?
So our hope is mid-April. We're bringing the trailers in, we're doing everything we possibly can to get it done.
Good.
And to fast track it.
So we would definitely see some sort of result in that sometime this year.
Yes.
All right, very good. Thank you so much.
Councilor Perry, just to add on that, in terms of the comment, like trying to break it down, I am going to try to break it down as simple as possible. When the town has had to turn on well 10B, for example, it hasn't turned on 10A. It's turned 10B on, particularly when the storage tank levels get too low. Because in order to do fire suppression and make sure we have the water capacity we need to address, you know, emergency conditions, we've utilized only 10B. And when we do utilize 10B, and although it's been untreated before, and this is what we're making sure we're trying to address, making sure it's treated, our storage tank levels increase during those periods. So this plan is actually making sure that we're even more advanced than that, because we're implementing these trailers to not only work 10B, but 10A as well, which is another source of water that we haven't utilized. So naturally, that's going to increase our supply and capacity. So I think that's the simplest way I could break that down. We'll probably be, you know.
And I would agree with you, Justin. I think that one of the biggest problems is when you lost all this water supply, you weren't able to pump your tanks back up to the elevation you needed them to be, and that's a concern, obviously. With the 1.86 and with us being able to play with all the wells, now we have availability of 2 wells that we never had before. If one goes down for redevelopment, we're going to be okay, because we're going to be filled tanks on a regular basis and be able to do flushing and so forth and not run out of water.
And that's what I wanted to make clear to the public, so I think that's very important information for people to understand. So thank you very much on that.
Mr. President. Thank you. Appreciate your presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I got a few questions. I'll try to keep these short. Yep.
Yeah, Council Kennedy has questions.
Oh, sorry.
And I have a lot too, so just to let you know.
My apologies.
All right. When the Middleborough connection is cut, where will we be at for water if we don't have the treatment trailers? Are we still in a crisis?
But before Helen answers that, I want to be very clear about this as well. With the Middleborough interconnection, when we went to Middleborough, we had talked, and I remember discussing this with the council. We had started conversations with Middleborough in October. And one of the things that we talked about with the town manager there, and ultimately the select board when we went there, was we agreed Middleborough wanted to take some time to evaluate that situation. So they put a timeline of 3 months. We actually think it's prudent to have a longer interconnection. It's good. It's a recommendation from DEP. But what they said, we do want to partner with you. We think is the right thing to do. We understand your plan. But what we want to do is we want to reevaluate in 3 months. They didn't say that we're cut off in 3 months. They want to evaluate in 3 months. So not necessarily to say we will continue that interconnection or not, but it isn't you're cutting off at that end date. They're going to reevaluate that. And so we've had that conversation with their town manager and their select board as well.
Thank you.
I think that's important.
The treatment trailers that we have on order, can those treatment trailers become permanent trailers?
That is the plan, actually. Oh, yes.
What's the approval process for those to become a permanent? Is that a DEP?
So
Here.
it's interim only in that it doesn't have a building around it.
Okay.
We're going to be using 10A and 10B. This is it. They're developed. We're putting treatment facilities there, and we're going to use them. And the plan is not to spend this money just for now. The reason it's being done the way it's being done is so we can get those vessels and get them connected up and just put them together, and then we can go through the process of getting a building around them and making them weather tight and permanent for the winter.
With the water emergency that was declared, does that cease when we have adequate water, or does that cease most likely when the trailers are put in place and we're pumping wells 10A and 10B?
I defer to the town manager on that because that's really a policy.
Okay, so yes, the emergency declaration that they did was for the purposes of fast-tracking the approval process. Okay, so when wells 10A and 10B come on board, that will be our prerogative to determine if we really want to continue with our Middleborough, which at that point, I really don't think so. And I want to piggyback off of a response that Mrs. Gordon gave earlier about Vernon Street. We already have those wells tested and they have good quality. So the idea, in my mind, is instead of a real long-term, protracted process, if in fact, when we do wells 10A and 10B, my idea and the superintendent is to replicate that trailer on Vernon Street, so that will be a much faster process as opposed to trying to do what you would have building a new plant like we have on High Street. So if in fact that trailer, that is our eye on it. If that trailer works as we expect it to, and working for 10A and 10B, which have more troubled water, if you will, with the manganese and iron, Vernon Street wells don't have that. That's a much better quality water. So if that trailer does indeed, so I'm looking at it as a test case. If in fact it works, we're going to replicate it at Vernon Street, and that will be much quicker than the 2030.
Thank you.
So you would need, I was just extrapolating that, you would still need the emergency order in place to help speed up getting that extra trailer?
No, it won't be emergency. It will be just a permitting process with DEP.
Okay.
And then we'll talk to them. They understand where we are, and they're very much cooperative. And then the other thing I want to touch on while I'm still standing here is when you are pulling water out of the ground, and Mrs. Gordon touched on that, your community is limited because East Bridgewater, West Bridgewater, Raynham, we are all drawing from the same Taunton River basin, if you will. So doing all these wells will not necessarily, it will stabilize our permit. Could be a basis to increase the withdrawal permit, but it's not a guarantee. So the desal water, forgetting the politics of it and the communities involved, right? The desalination water, if we get that, that does not count against our withdrawal permit. That will be extra water that we can get, in addition to the withdrawal permits that we already have.
Good information.
Sean, were you still on questions?
Yeah, I have a few more questions. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. These are kind of some general questions I've heard the public either ask or they're relevant to some ordinance work that a couple of us have been working on. What size development or water connection size typically triggers the need for a water impact study?
We get a request from the town.
Okay.
to-
Comes from the town.
It comes from the town, correct.
If you could just give like a ballpark estimate for gallons per day assumptions, like how much does a one-bedroom, two-bedroom apartment usually use?
So the way we do design is according to Title V regulations. So one bedroom is 110 gallons per capita per day. And so two bedrooms would be, 110, so two bedrooms would be 220.
Yeah. Okay,
and
so it goes by
forth.
Title V, which
Yes,
kind of
yeah.
answers the question
Yes.
as well. Okay. I noticed in the impact studies there was some terminology used that was firm capacity. Is that that seemed to be a combination of metrics? In other words, not just the gallons per day that the town's using, but also in the off chance a well does happen to go down, that accounts for that as well.
Correct.
Is that a term specifically that you guys use, or is that a DEP? Is that an industry term?
It's an industry
Okay.
standard, and it's basic. It's for management of water systems. The best management practices say, can you survive with your biggest well producer offline?
Sure.
Then that's when you have firm capacity. And so that's what that means.
And let's see here. I might have a couple more. Thank you for your time. Actually, no, you covered a lot in your presentation. So I think I should be good right now, actually. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just have a couple of questions. The trailers sound like they are going to help our quantity considerably when they are brought online. How much does each trailer cost? And are we renting them and then we are purchasing them?
Mhm.
Okay, and do you know how much they cost?
So I can tell you right now, the Tetrasolve, which is just the iron and manganese, is about 500,000. Not exact, about 500,000. And again, these are purchased vessels that are going to be put on a concrete pad that needs to be prepared. And then they do the treatment. So they'll improve the quality and the quantity from 10A and 10B.
Is that per well, or is that 500,000?
No, that's the iron and manganese unit.
Okay.
And then we're going to have the PFAS unit. And we're between two vendors right now. There's a couple of things that we like about one versus the other, and we're finalizing that, and we will have a purchase order for that shortly. We're working with Mr. Young and with Mr. Itani-Ru on the specifics.
And what would be the ballpark of the PFAS cleaner?
I wouldn't venture to say right now. I think we did give an estimate for the total treatment facility at Vernon Street, and I'm trying to remember what that was. I don't know.
Treatment plant?
Yeah.
Where she asking for treatment, that was 50 million in the capital, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. What was the question? I'm sorry,
Well,
Councilor.
Not for
my
Vernon Street, for
question was
Plymouth
about the
Street.
trailers.
For Plymouth Street.
My question was about the trailers, but my next question was going to be, so if we have 500,000 plus maybe a couple extra 100,000 for the PFAS, what is that, how many trailers would we need if we also brought on Vernon Street as well?
So I know that it's been referred to as trailers, so I just want to be I'm an engineer, I'm sorry. I feel like I need to apologize. But the actual iron and manganese, it's more like vessels that are going to be put on this concrete pad, so not necessarily trailers. But we have to do the work of identifying what the quality is at Vernon Street Wells before I could even give you an estimate on what it would cost to do the same thing there. But Mr. Itani-Ru and Mr. Young have a good point in that if this works out well, we can do a fast track on that design as well.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll be having all the information available for the overall cost of the project, and we've been working with the finance director and the town manager on those things.
Yes, I actually have one more question, which would be, we would probably have to bond out for those matters, do you think, or what? Or grant?
It depends because, as I indicated before, well, we do anticipate we're going to have access to that $2 million grant. So that grant does allow us to pay for the engineering related to this work, but also to contribute toward the cost of the trailers as well. So we'll utilize that grant fully to offset the cost of the trailers.
Excellent.
I think Councilor McGrath is on Zoom, and she has some questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Gordon, since our town right now is, permitted wells are located in sub-basins in Taunton River Basin, so in August, the net groundwork in these sub-basins deplete 25% or more, and that's why we have a drought. So will these Vernon wells also be pulling from those sub-basins?
The Vernon wells do pull from the same sub-basin. That's why they're on the same withdrawal permit.
So we'll still have droughts then?
I'm sorry, I didn't here.
Question is still, yes, we're still under a drought condition. It's not only Bridgewater, but it's throughout the Commonwealth, there's a drought condition. So yes, Councilor McGrath.
Well, I know those areas deplete 25% or more, and that's why we have drought. I was just wondering why we're pulling from the same sub-basins if we're still going to have drought with the Vernon wells.
You know, I would just add to that, and that's part of what that other part of that presentation is, when it's looking at alternative sources. Because yes, we need to resolve the issue today, but we also need to be thinking about tomorrow as well. And that's why you have to look at all options, and those alternative options are important to look at. Because even though, let's say Vernon Street, private source thing, they're all in that basin, and that's why the Dighton plant is something that is interesting, because it isn't in that same basin. So that's all the things that you and the community and the council and all of us have to consider.
So I just want to, now I understand the question, Council Member McGrath. You're in the Taunton Basin, but there are sub-basins within the Taunton Basin that cross through Bridgewater, and I believe Vernon Street is actually, although it's still in the Taunton Basin, and that's why it's on the same withdrawal permit, it actually is in a different sub-basin. But I can't remember what percentage that particular one is off the top of my head. I can actually see the map in my mind, but I can't remember that particular item. I'd have to get that back to the town manager for you.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
All right, my turn. So I hope I don't bore everybody to death in the audience. I have a lot of questions about numbers. So in the presentation and then in a recent report that was done for Encompass and for Broad Street, you mentioned 1.266 million gallons per day that we're currently being able to produce. But those were summer and fall numbers from last year. Today, with Plymouth Street offline, what is our current capacity to pump water out of the ground?
Good evening. So right now, our current capacity with the Plymouth Street wells offline is right now 2.26 million, and that's with the redevelopment of 3 and with well 8.
2.2?
No, sorry, 1.26.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
I was gonna say our problems are solved.
Yeah.
So, okay, so 1.266. And I don't know if this is best for you or for Helen, but we did redevelop 5 and 9. So what did we gain from that? Because the numbers just don't seem to be matching right now.
So we didn't gain as much as we would have liked at that point. Can't really speak to that as much, as I was not here at the time of those well redrillings, but that's what we are currently doing. There's also issues with, as Helen was saying, with tuberculation and things like that on the wells, where we do start to lose head pressure in the well itself to be able to pump that water. So we're getting kind of a back pressure as well.
Okay, so again, I apologize, I'm gonna bore people here. So the Carver Pond well, WTP, a water treatment plant well production, in the presentation, it says 0.386 MGD, and then the High Street says 0.88. And this was before 5 and 9 were redeveloped. So when you add those...
That was not before 5 and 9 were redeveloped, from what I understand.
Okay. So it was less before?
So, repeat that, please?
So was it less before? So this is
Yes.
post-development?
Yeah.
So we're currently able to pump 1.266 out of the ground, but we have a capacity of...
1.8.
A permit for 1.8.
Yeah, but I'm talking about our total ability. It's over 2 million gallons. So do we just have that amount of inefficiencies from our ability to get water out of the ground?
The calculation of 1.26 is with Plymouth Street being offline. As soon as those wells get online or brought online, we have the available capacity of those 2 wells at 554,000 gallons a day.
Are these numbers including the redevelopment of well 3 that Mr. Castova Davis mentioned?
Those numbers do not include well 3 redevelopment.
So that seems like we had an additional $200,000 increase, in a 200,000 gallon increase. So is it now at 1.4, or is that included in this 1.2?
Yes, it's at, with the well redevelopment of well 3 and the work that we did on well 8, we are at 1.3, 1.4 million. And like I said, it depends on what we do daily operational wise, if those wells are pumping 24/7 or if they're not pumping 24/7.
Okay. You could see how this could be really confusing
Yes,
for people.
believe me, it's very confusing.
It's very, very confusing.
We are up above 1.266, okay.
Yes.
So we are, to be safe, up above 1.26. So now, if we get Plymouth Street online, that's 0.54, a little over 500,000 gallons per day. Is that going to be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. The master plan from 2024 that I've reviewed extensively says that we have the ability to increase our withdrawal permit up to 1.98 million gallons per day. Have we explored doing that?
Yes, so that's part of that is part of the actual withdrawal permit we have now. It's to get to those numbers, we have to meet certain criteria within the water system operationally every day, with 5% water loss unaccounted for water loss within those parameters. So main breaks, things like that, where we aren't taking an actual meter read or getting a revenue source for it. Those are all considerations into those numbers.
Okay. So going back to the total capacity, so let's say in April, we should be able to get that 1.86 million gallons per day out of the ground. That still leaves us, according to the Apex report, a deficit if we're looking at MDD, so maximum daily demand. Is that accurate, these numbers? Because it says that our MDD is 2.406. Is that accurate?
Accurate in the sense of we'd be able to pump that from the ground?
Yeah.
Unless we'd have to redevelop a lot more of the wells to be able to get to that number.
Okay, so
or bring on Vernon Street. That's where we get those numbers for.
Okay, so you get Vernon Street online, and now we're at 2.3 or so, close to that 2.4.
If we brought Vernon Street online, yes.
Yeah, and that's sounds like 5-6 years away or something like that. So the question is, and if not that can be answered, is at what capacity to pump water out of the ground are we going to feel comfortable moving forward with development? Because obviously we have a deficit, we have an inability to service people we have now. Once Plymouth Street gets online, we're going to be in a better position. But how many millions of gallons a day is it going to take for us to feel comfortable to move forward? Because no one's really done that for a very long time to take that into consideration.
According to DEP, the requirement is that we be at a firm capacity with our highest well off of line. So that would be with well 2 being offline completely. That's where that number comes from.
Okay. So we previously had spoken about piping water from Plymouth Street to High Street.
Yep.
And I forget the word that Helen used in her presentation, but it sounds like we have changed the plan. Are we no longer going to do that?
That's something that is obviously still in consideration in the time being. I can let Helen speak to that more as she's the engineer involved on the project.
Sure.
That's more of an engineering question.
So when we were doing the analysis for the treatment in the pilot, initially when we were doing it, as you indicated, to bring it to High Street, in terms of the quality and the management of those wells, is operating very well right now. We have no problems from those wells. And bringing 10A and 10B, because they are so high in iron and manganese, that our concern is that it could potentially upset the treatment at High Street. So in order to get them online right away, the recommendation was to do this interim installation to get it operational right away and still potentially go to High Street. After a third pilot that we did on these wells, our recommendation was that you're better off having a plant just to deal with 10A and 10B, rather than going to High Street and upsetting or changing significantly the treatment system. We'd have to put more water through those filters. It's just like your filter at home. The more water you put through it, if you're cleaning it, it's going to get filled up quicker, and that impacts operations. Now, you have to backwash that filter and get it so it's not dirty anymore and bring it back online. So you're better off having the two plants where you can balance those operational challenges and not be in a situation where you have, all your eggs in one basket, so to speak.
Speaking for myself, High Street is a new plant, and from my understanding and my analysis of reading through how it was designed, it should, in my, I don't work as an engineer anymore, but in my opinion, it should be able to handle that load from Plymouth Street. So is that a design flaw or is that a construction flaw? Where's the discrepancy?
So it's designed for a higher capacity, but the same type of quality water. 10A and 10B. Now, again, I haven't been here as many years as everybody else, but 10A and 10B have historically been very, very difficult to treat for iron and manganese. And that's why you don't use them that much.
Are they going to be a reliable source of water in the future?
When the treatment facility is there, they will be, yes.
They have good quantity.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the situation there doesn't continue to decay to a point where we're no longer going to be able to use those sources.
Right. The reason you can't use them now is because you don't have treatment.
Okay.
So
we were
the
gonna be able
plan
to-
was, hey, we thought the same thing. We were like, okay, that was designed for X amount of flow when it was designed by others. And we looked at it. That's why we did the pilot test, tried to see if we could use the same kind of treatment technology. And we found out during the second pilot that it was going to be a challenge. And we decided to do this instead.
Understood. I have a second group of questions. So there's been a lot of, and this isn't directly tied to your presentation, so sorry for going a little bit tangential, but a lot of the community who's here tonight, what they're interested is your role in water impact reports, water impact studies. And I know this, to me, seems like it's been some sort of a recent thing, because I was looking on our CED website for more information. When did the town begin commissioning Apex for these reports? Was it in 2025? Was it before that? When did that start to happen?
I'm trying to remember. So it's been, do you remember, Azu, when we did our first one? Was it 2024?
That would be the end of
24?
The end of 2024.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the exact process that triggers a water impact report to be requested? Because I haven't seen any consistency. I know that with this, it was requested for some projects and not some projects. So can we speak to that?
Yes, sir. So, yes, you're right about the consistency in terms of getting requests for reviews of projects. And I will tell you, the town engineer has been very, very consistent in making recommendations. And he had enough, the DPW doesn't approve projects, if you will, but we do assess impacts, and it used to be done consistently by Stantec that was doing the engineering for the town. But I gotta be honest with you, the Stantec fell out of grace because we were not very happy with what they were doing. And that's why we brought our Apex in. Specific to some of the projects that are concerned to the community, believe me, we hear the community. I've been in Bridgewater for more than 37 years myself. So before they came on board, and we have that documentation. And I cannot speak very well enough the transition between Mr. Dutton and Mr. Casanova Davis. I will say, unfortunately, a lot of stuff fell through the crack when you had the interim, in terms of the reviews, with the interim management between Mr. Dutton and Mr. Casanova Davis. And Mr. Casanova Davis has taken steps in making sure that the DPW is in lockstep with CED and with the building department in reviewing projects. So that's really where that fell. So that's where that inconsistency was. Because I'm sorry, at the end of the day, you gotta call a spade a spade. Well, what happened was the DPW wasn't listened to very well. And I think that's possibly what Mr., I don't know if he's still, oh no, he's gone. That's what Mr. Moore was alluding to. But we've turned the corner in that sense.
Yeah, and I'm not here to, confess and for people to pay for sins of the past, but it's very, very concerning that we never had a process for that, and that it falls through the cracks. Who's accountable for the fact that we had a project approved in June of last year at Broad Street? No water impact study was requested at that time, and we get it after it was already permitted.
Okay, so on that particular project, let's be very clear. It was previously approved almost 5 years ago by the planning board, okay, for Mr. Jim Pascal. Okay, it was approved back then. Mr. Pascal did not follow through with the project, but he had an approval, and he sold that project with the approval. What's happened with the form-based code is the change in whatever Mr. Solari, the building inspector, can probably give you a better count on the final approval of its structure. But it was an approved project 5 years ago for Mr. Pascal. There was an approved project. And I have to look at the state, what they call the Permit Extension Act. So you have that also playing in. The state did issue a couple of times to help with the economy through the COVID period. The state expanded permits that were valid during that tolling period for a 2-year period, and then they added another 2 years on it. So they did have a valid permit when Mr. Pascal had it, and that permit was affected by extension of the Permit Extension Act. The only difference is the final approval that was given for that. I'm not sure if it was the planning board or the CED, but that's neither here nor there in terms of that. So that's the difference. The form-based code, I believe, allowed a couple more units or something to that effect. But it was always an approved project at that location.
I'm hogging the question, so I'll have Councilor Lindy hop in here.
Just going to make a statement before I ask a question. I think ultimately we need a better definition of what's an approved project in this town. Okay?
Yep.
And then I have a question about I don't know who to ask it to. So I'll go through you, Mr. President, and it can be either Razoo or the water superintendent or the town manager. Does Middleborough Town Meeting have to approve an extension after 90 days?
The select board needs to do approval.
The select board or the town meeting?
So the town meeting has to give approval over a certain amount of time, I believe. I don't know, I don't remember off the top of my, I feel like it's years, but the select board has the right to do approval within a shorter duration of time. If it's a long-term interconnection, I believe town meeting needs to approve it.
Okay, and right now in Middleborough, there's an acting interim town manager, so we've already spoken to them and started that process for an extension.
We've had communication with Middleborough since October, like I said. We've had communication with that team, including the interim and including the former town manager.
Yep.
Just have a quick follow-up.
Oh, yeah, go for it. Yeah.
I was just gonna ask a quick follow-up. Mr. Shea, who sat in the front row and asked this question 3 times and then left before he got an answer regarding flushing. Can we just get an update so that I can reach out to Mr. Shea and give him
Yes, so with the Middleborough being on, having Middleborough, we're looking to start flushing next week.
Through you to the town manager, I believe. Okay, so we have, currently in the water emergency, we aren't approving any new projects. Do we have projects that we have actually denied due to the water emergency, or they're waiting for the water emergency to resolve?
Yes. Very great question. And I think I've talked about this to the council several times. Remember the December 16th town council meeting? We were very deliberate what we said. We wouldn't allow any new tines for non-approved projects. During that time, it's been referenced. I'm not going to speak specifically to the project because it's not in our purview to do it, but the Encompass project, for example, that was a project that isn't approved, and we've been very deliberate with them. I think it's been alluded to. We've really made sure we're collaborating with all our departments, and we're making sure our messaging is clear. So we've told them that during this period, even if planning board were to move forward with that project for some reason, that if they were tying into our water system now, they wouldn't have approval because we don't have the water capacity at that time. You have to obviously be cognizant these projects take some time, et cetera, but we've been very clear that at this time, we're not allowing any new tie-ins for non-approved projects.
Okay, and then I do have a second question.
And if I may add to that, there is a couple of subdivisions, as well as a commercial project on Bedford Street, subdivision right off of Plymouth Street. We told them we don't have water for you. So they're actually doing wells now instead of tying into our town water.
Okay. And with the Broad Street, because it's been brought up this evening, that was approved in May? Was it, I'm hearing a continuation from a previous project from the property, and then it was approved in May for the current version? Is that?
Correct, through the form-based code.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just to be very clear about that, so Azu's absolutely correct. In the form-based code, the process that occurred was in May, it got planning board recommendation, and then in June, it got development site plan permit approval in June.
Okay. You may or may not have an answer to this, but is there a timeline for when the water may be turned on at that project?
So yeah, we've obviously been communicating with that group pretty extensively. They knew our situation as well. The indication that we've had from them is there's going to be more than 18 months before they need water from the town. So that's what's been relayed to us from the developer.
Okay. And then I do have my last question. There's a permitting process that the town uses, and there's electronic filing done. A report was brought to my attention that had just X's on it. So is there a system in place for signage? Did we move to just a computer system? Is there a reason why individuals who just check a box, is there an accounting for any of that?
Yeah, I'll have our building commissioner speak to our process.
Sure.
Is there a way to revoke permitting? Because
You can't.
in 18 months.
I'm sorry, we can't ask questions at this time.
Well, then I wish you would ask that question, because there's a lot of us that are hearing how the sausage made, that we really don't care about. What we want is building to stop. Building needs to stop.
I'm going to bring the meeting back to order, and I will, at some point, if either one of you gentlemen can speak to if there's an ability to rescind permits.
Sure. Council, as far as our process is, we use the Permit-I software, and I'll just give you, I did present this last time, but I'll explain it again. So we have a database of all the emails to who it goes to. So for instance, when we send it to the treasurer collector, it goes to the 2 or 3 ladies in the treasurer collector, Mrs. Gillis and Amy, and I forget the other person. If it goes to the water department, it goes to Bill, it goes to Azu, and I think one of the administrators are listed on there. Fire department is chief, is the fire chief, and Craig Nadell. So what happens is, when I review the plan and get it ready for send-out, I send it to all the departments. And the way it works is that it's a box that gets sent, and if you check it and you, when it starts out, it's green. If you check it and say that you are declining it, it turns red. If you check it that you're all set with it, it turns blue. So when I get back all the sign-offs that are blue, that gives me the right to now issue the permit to the applicant. That means all the departments that I sent it to has approved the permit. So I'll use 80 Broad Street as that project went to the treasure collector, water, sewer, fire department, conservation, doesn't need Board of Health, it doesn't need highway department because that's a state road, so I don't need their sign off for that, we need the state for that. And it was sent, the only difference is we didn't have a CED check off of that one, so I did send it planning board. So there's where a lot of confusion is. The planning board did not sign off that project. CED signed off that project. I had to send it some way to the CED department, and that's how they checked it off. So I made this confusion where they thought planning board signed off on that. Planning board did not sign off on Broad Street. CED signed off on Broad Street. So now, once I get everything, I issue the permit. So I send the fee, issue the permit. Once the permit's been issued, if it meets all legal requirements, to remove a permit, that's a Massachusetts BBRS situation. You got to go through, that's not town, that's state. Once a permit's been issued. Board of Building Regulations and Standards. Once a permit's been issued, I have to legally issue a permit by law within a certain amount of time if everybody signs off. It's not a town issue, it's a state issue. So that's where we stand with those projects. And just to recap on Mr. Antonero's with Broad Street. Broad Street was originally approved by the planning board. Mr. Pascal had proposed 4 small buildings. It got all the approvals by the planning board. Mr. Pascal decided not to build it. And then his timeline ran out. So then when it was sold, it had to get all done all over again with the new form-based code because the previous code that it went under, the time lapsed.
So, sorry to interrupt, so it was not approved? That
It was
approval
approved
did
by the
not-
planning board. It was
but
never
it didn't
permitted.
carry over?
Yeah, it was approved by the planning board originally, but then the timeline ran out on, you have a certain amount of time to act on a site plan approval.
Yeah.
And if you don't act on a timeline, I think it's 2 years. In 2 years, if you don't act on it, the site plan approval is defunct.
Okay.
So when the property was purchased by the new owners, there technically was there was nothing in place for it to, it had to be all redone. But by that time, it wasn't planning board anymore. Now it was CED based under the new form-based code for that one. So, but again, when I did send out copies of our sign-off sheet to a couple of people who asked for how we do it. The problem is it doesn't list the emails that it goes to, but it goes to every single department has 1 or 2 emails that that person can check it off.
And
so
who are those?
I don't see there's no signature I see.
Who are those people?
So I said from water and water it was Billy, Mr. Antonero, I think Missy, and I think Lisa Brogan.
So 4 individuals can sign on these permits?
No, only the water department can sign off on it. That's where the confusion got on the first. I'm sure everyone heard about the story that it got signed off by accident because they thought that the sign off was for the cutting and capping.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't realize it was for so I had to talk to Mr. Antonero. I met with him and explained to him that we'd resend it out, and that's why it was signed, not signed, and signed back again.
And who signed that permit?
It would have to be, it was the office, so either his office signed it.
We can't,
Mr. President?
Mr. President,
I was gonna-
can we uphold the decorum in this room.
And also, I just want to make a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock, since
Oh,
we're
yes.
after left at 10 o'clock.
Seconded.
Anyone second?
I'll second.
Oh, you second it?
Yeah.
And we
Any
got to do a roll
discussion?
call to.
Yeah, we'll do a roll call to extend the meeting.
Mr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Ellenberg?
Yes.
Ms. McGrath? Mr. Loretti?
Yes.
Dr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Against my will, yes.
Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
And Mr. Lindy?
I'll echo against my will, but I will extend it. To
She
it.
said yes. Go ahead.
Okay, again, I cut you off, so.
No, that's okay, yeah, so, like I said, we do have basically, the way it's designed is that the sign-offs, when I check off who it goes to, and I send a mass email to everybody. It's like if you did a roof on your house, the only person I'm sending it to is the treasurer collector. You know, if it's in a pool, it would go to the highway department, it would go to other departments, but, you know, on the bigger projects, they literally get sent to everybody on there. Yeah.
Sean, that was your question, so sorry for jumping in. But did you have any follow-ups on that?
No.
I could also answer, if you want, quickly about, someone was asking about the projects that have been approved by the planning board. I go to all the planning board meetings, so I know which projects have been approved by the planning board.
Yeah, if we could know what pre-approved projects are,
Right, so
that would be helpful.
the projects that have been approved by the planning board that haven't started would be the hotel, Perkins Street, would be the developments that are already in place that the houses haven't been built. Jasmine Way, out behind Cumberland Farms, the 40B. Another commercial project that's been approved is there's contractor bays that are behind the car wash by Briarwood. So in between Scotland Boulevard and Jasmine Way, there is a 3-building contractor bay that's been in place. Those are pretty much, and the storage building behind Ace, which has already been approved. But those are pretty much all the big projects that have been approved by the planning board that have been pre-approved by them.
That's a question after that.
Yep.
Thank you. Actually, so based on those projects that you've just listed, I'll refer to actually ask either Azu or Bill. If we get our MGD up to 1.86, do we have the capacity to handle those projects?
That would be correct.
Thank you.
So I just want to make sure I understood what you just said through you, Mr. President, to, I guess, Steve. So Perkins was not approved under?
No, it is approved. It was approved. It was approved a little while ago,
I know, before Broad Street.
Broad Street was approved through CED.
June of 2020, development site plan permit approval.
Thank you,
June
yeah. And I
2025.
did forget one, there's one, Central Street, there's a small building, rear Central.
So to finish my thought, so Perkins Street, which preceded Broad Street,
Yeah.
can't be built because we have capacity issues, but Broad Street can.
That's not true. It's an approved project.
Yeah. Perkins Foundry is an approved project. It's about 170 units of apartments and commercial.
So I think what's really important here, and it's very clear, and I've mentioned this to the council several times. And under the water emergency declaration, we would be very clear about what we could and what we couldn't do. So what we said was no new times for non-approved projects. Anything further than that, a moratorium or any discussion like that is the purview of the council. That isn't our capability in terms of staff. The council needs to make any determination regarding that. So if it's an approved project, we've made it very clear because of litigation, because of a variety of other reasons, we have to continue with those approvals. But at the same time, we've been very clear to businesses and development that have come to town and interested in moving forward with projects, that at this time, they cannot move forward because of the water capacity issues. Anything further than that, so we've done that, we've stood by what we've said, but anything further, the council needs to make a determination regarding any moratoriums or anything, other discussions that are being considered. So I think it's important to continue to reemphasize that.
Do we really think, this is hypothetical, so it's probably not answer, but do we really think that we're going to get sued if we're in a state of a water emergency by denying a permit?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, you have your legal team, multiple legal members. I know there's been a query to DEP whether you could stop a permit during this period. We'll let them speak to it, but all your legal advice and recommendations that yes, you would get sued. Yeah.
Going back to the water impact reports, how long on average, this is more of a Helen question, but how long on average does it take for a study to be completed? Because I understand that these requests for water impact studies were back in October, November, and we didn't get them back till February. So can we speak to that?
I guess I'm going to say it depends. It depends on the size of the project and how long it takes to do the analysis. So if it's a small project, typically it's can be done very quickly. We have to run the hydraulic model that we prepared for the distribution system a number of years ago, and then run through various scenarios. So we, by the time we were actually contracted, it took us a number of months for that particular one, but we were busy on that particular one, to be honest with you. I mean, our workload for that particular one, that's why it took so long.
Yeah, they both seem to have come out on February 13th.
Right.
After permits were granted to Broad Street. So I don't know who to ask this to, but why even do it if it's already permitted?
So it helps us to determine the fee that we charge for the connection. So while we are going to wait for, they have an 18-month lag period for them to connect, they already paid us $250,000, which goes towards our improving our infrastructure. And with that rate study that Raftalis did in conjunction with the finance department, we've actually, and I can let the finance director speak to that. I am a dirt guy. I worry about the dirt and the water. But I think it actually helped to reduce the rate that the homeowners, including me, are paying. So that study helps us determine how much fee that we charge them.
Okay.
Yeah, and they already paid us $250,000.
Yeah, the council and the residents, they're being told that these studies are being taken into consideration when there are projects up for approval. So is that not the case, or is it just for rates?
Sorry,
or is it?
Mr. President, can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Yeah, so it's my understanding that these studies they should be taken into consideration when we're making approvals on projects, but that wasn't the case.
Correct. That is correct.
Not in this case.
That was not the case, and then I think the town manager has kind of corrected that process.
I think, look, we've been very clear, and since I've come on board, no one's ever heard me say second-guessing decisions that were made or processes that were done incorrectly before. I came in here, I came with our team and said, hey, if this is something that's going on, we're going to fix it. So I think Azu acknowledged that wasn't a process that wasn't concrete. I said that will not occur. We will make sure these are part of our processes. We have team meetings in terms of cross-collaboration that I don't think was very successful before, making sure that all of our departments, the building department, police, fire, DPW, CED, they have to meet. There has to be collaboration on projects. We all have to be on the same or the same wavelength and operating collaboratively. So for an example, the Encompass project, and I know Jason would, I'm not going to speak deliberately about this project over and over, but example of that, the Encompass project, which was before the planning board several times, has been delayed several times because we said, one, we gave a recommendation plan, do not act on that until we have a water impact study. I've also had additional conversations with the council. If we want to add that into the administrative code, I support that because that's the process that I've implemented since I've gotten in town. That wasn't the process before, but that's the process now. So that's the reality of the situation, the Broad Street project. It was approved before a water impact study was done. Wasn't here for it. That was process that we had in place, we've corrected it.
Yeah, I understand that, and I'm confident in our process moving forward, but I just hard to reconcile, and I think speaking for the frustration of a lot of residents is that we have our CD director in 2023 saying that we have water infrastructure issues, and then we have form-based code going through, and then we have an approval of Broad Street in June of 2024, and we have our DPW director last year saying that we've got water issues. So it's just hard to understand the thought process behind all of that. Previously, I understand that now moving forward, we have a better plan in place, but people they want answers. They want to understand who dropped the ball and who's accountable. So that's why I'm asking a lot of these pointed questions here tonight.
These are good questions, and we're answering them, and they're fine. We want the public to know that. In addition to that, I mean, talking about the form-based code, I've had multiple conversations with our counselors. I do think we need to look at updating the form-based code because I do think there's opportunities to revisit that as well. So we're in lockstep. We've had a meeting with our team talking about recommendations regarding that, includes changing the approval process. We support that. So yeah, we're taking a look at those. These are good questions to ask. We want the public to be informed. We want them to know what occurred before and what we're doing now.
Thank you. Anything else, councilors?
Just a quick ask, do you think it would be possible to create on the webpage a portal or something that indicates the permits that have been issued, sort of what's open and updated documentation to that?
Yeah, Steve can address that.
You can go on as a guest to our portal, and you can see what permit's been issued. To see at what stage they're at, it's not, you can't access that, but you can access what permits have been issued and what permits are pending. So you can go on and find out if we're still waiting or pending, because usually what happens with permits, it's either issued, it's pending, waiting for additional information, denied.
Right.
So if you were to go on to the portal and look up that permit, you would see what it's been doing.
How do I know how to get to the portal, log in, create a guest account?
Oh, if you go on the building department's website, we have instructions on how to go and apply for a permit. It's like you're applying for a permit. You're gonna you make a you give a password and a username, and then you create that, and then that gives you option to go on to the site. It's very easy. I recommend anybody who's going to do it, use your last name as the username and the last 4 digits of your phone number, because everyone seems to forget what the password is to go on. It's all public information,
Right.
so that's why it's not really major. But you can go on as a guest and look up what permits are, and not just building. You can look up electrical, plumbing, CED. That's because CED is also out of online permitting, and they have their own page that you can go to their page and look what projects are going through, ZBA or planning board, site plan review, so that's also accessible too, for that.
Maybe to our town manager, if we could simplify it or somehow try to simplify it. I just did a quick search on the website, and it didn't come up there, but now knowing that I could go to the portal, create a guest account, log in, then view everything.
We'll take a look and see what we can do to try to simplify it.
Yeah.
Take a look.
Steve, sorry, while you're up there, is my last question.
No, please do.
Is it possible, has it been done, is it legal to do conditional permits?
No. So I know we were up here talking about what the town requirements are and permits. There, if you go to 780 CMR, which is the state building code, we have a lot of restrictions on people who apply for a permit. We have timelines that we have to meet. Like some people think that I can make a permit sit for 4 or 5 months. I can't legally. I can be sued personally because I'm not doing what's required by state. So that's the state part of my job, is I need to follow all of my state requirements under the building code. But what we do is we do not issue any permits if there's any type of conditions, or if we catch people doing work, or we find out they're not doing the work correctly. I can freeze most all permits if there's a problem. But I have to have a legitimate reason to cease and desist a permit or discontinue a permit. I have to have something legal to do it.
Yeah, the only reason why I ask is, with these pre-approved projects, are we able to issue conditional permits, contingent upon available water? Because right now, we obviously
Well,
can't.
this is an easy one. In the state of Massachusetts, I cannot issue a permit without potable water. So I either have to have a sign off from the water department, or I need a sign off from the Board of Health that the well that's being used has the water that can give potable water. That's under the state building code. So if I didn't get a sign off from the water department or Board of Health, I can't issue a permit. So, I mean, it's pretty simple math as far as if everybody signs off, I issue the permit. If they don't sign off, I can't.
Yeah, I guess the question really is, can the water division or the sewer division make a conditional approval to you? And I suppose that's not the case.
No, we don't do conditional approvals.
Okay.
We have, at the end of projects, if there's something that we're waiting on, I have given temporary occupancy permits. Like, it's the same with a house. We're waiting on something for CED or the planning board, or waiting for somebody, but the people want to move in, and there's no legal reason. We have done conditional that way, but really never water or sewer has been, that's always been a final say on that.
Got it.
Yeah.
Anything further, councilors?
I'm good.
All right. I'm sorry, that's not typical, so we're not able to do that. But if, Mr. D'Amelia, if you do have any questions, have them at the end of citizen comment, and we could get those questions answered. I just don't want to break protocol. I'd love to make an exception, but it's,
Last few times, presentations like this, a lot of the people that left that could answer possible questions were not here.
yeah. So any questions you have, I will guarantee that we get that back to you in an email, or we could post it so other people get those answers. You have my commitment to that. No worries. I think we have community budget session. You got one more item.
I'll be very quick. We had a community budget session, myself and our finance director at the senior center. I feel like it was last week, Lori. Was it last week? I think it was last week. You don't know. It was last week. We intend to have another one. We wanted to have one for seniors during the day, but we'll have another one in the evening. And also collaborating, I think we're going to work with the budget subcommittee of the town council and the finance committee, hopefully, to do it jointly, to allow residents to give their, one, to understand where we are fiscally, but also to give their, their hopes or opinions about the budget process moving forward. So really focus on that collaboration, and we'll make sure we promote that date when we finalize it on the website, on the Facebook.
Thank you. And I think that was it for the town manager report.
Mr. President,
Yes.
could we have a 2-minute recess?
Can I just add to the next president report before we get off that topic?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I forgot. Questions for our town manager for future town manager report? Folks, just, we're going to call this to order. We're going to ask a couple questions and then take a brief recess, so please bring it to order.
I just wanted to add that there was a woman that came up tonight to ask about the sewage plant and relation to the smell there. I was just wondering if we could get sort of an update, and I know it's been a long occurring issue, but maybe an update there, and maybe what long-term plans we have to address that. Thank you.
Anything else? Any questions for future town manager report?
Still have time to do that outside of this meeting prior to the next agenda.
Yeah, of course,
correct?
absolutely.
Thank you.
So with that being said, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah.
All right, great. We'll see everybody at 10:35.
10-minute recess or a 2-minute recess?
Speaking of smells.
10-minute or 2-minute?
Yeah, I can hardly hear you.
It was like yesterday.
Oh, really? I'll let him know. Sorry about that. I know. No one smells weed?
I had a bunch of stuff. We were gonna do all of this that was about the, doing the,
account even these? Taking into account these two?
I hadn't even seen I guess she gave me this week's thing. Can't see
It
anything.
is warm in here, right? I wasn't even answering the questions and I'm sweating.
She's gonna give more water to the one who had to get up and go to the bathroom.
Excuse me, folks, we're going to call this meeting back to order here in just a minute. Apologize for asking any questions. I know.
If we get here, we'll get there.
Yeah. You had the best and most succinct questions. But the numbers don't add up. It's very confusing.
Sweating, tired.
Do you have to be at work tomorrow?
Yes. And my child was up last night from 12 to 4 a.m.
Oh, my
Why?
gosh.
She just didn't sleep. Roll around.
All right, excuse me, folks. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. So we do not have any discussions. I believe I do have at least one committee report.
Yes. All right, so strategic planning met. We passed out the last meeting to all the counselors review packet to begin the review process for the town manager. And then when you're done with that, please turn that into Debbie. She will compile the information, and then the committee will go back and review that information toward the end of this month, and that'll be what we'll be using to start the review process for the town manager. So if anyone has any particular questions on the review packet, feel free to ask.
Not a question on the review packet. What is the deadline you want it back from all
The
of us
deadline is
by?
the March 31st.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other committee reports? Is Councilor McGrath still online? Vice President McGrath, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Oh.
Yeah, we had a rules and procedures meeting in February, and there's 3 items on the agenda, and I'll let Kennedy, Council Kennedy introduce them.
The 3 items that we currently have on the agenda came through rules and procedures.
Okay. And then Vice President McGrath, do you have any updates from downtown revitalization? I know that you met the other day.
We did, and items will be on the following town council meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anything further, any more committee reports? Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Next up, we have legislation for action, proposed ordinance D FY 26-008, a proposed amendment to Part 3 of the Administrative Code, Chapter 14, Article 1, Section 1, dogs. Rules and Procedures voted 3-0 to recommend at their February 20th meeting. And I will ask Councilor Kennedy, I believe he has an amendment he'd like to introduce.
Yes. So this initially was to comply with 2024 Ollie's Law, which affects the kenneling. What was brought to my attention through an email and a text from a resident was there was some information that could be changed right now. Just so everyone knows, this is our current ordinance that you're reading. So when you read the tether in this, that is what is in our current town code. So what I was able to find was that it's been updated at the state level. I provided an amendment to my fellow councilors that amends that one section. So I will make a motion to amend section 1B1, chain and tethering. The language that's going to be struck is no person owning or keeping a dog shall chain or tether a dog to a stationary object, including but not limited to a structure, doghouse, pole, or tree for longer than 24 consecutive hours. That language will be struck. It's the first sentence. That language will be replaced with no person owning or keeping a dog shall chain or tether a dog for longer than 5 hours in a 24-hour period, and outside from 10 p.m. to 6 p.m. unless the tethering is for not more than 15 minutes and the dog is not left unattended by the owner, guardian, or keeper. That language is straight from Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 174E.
So you're making a motion
I'm
to
making a
amend,
motion.
and I'll
Second.
entertain a second. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and take a roll call on the amendment as is proposed.
Mr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Ellenberg?
Yes.
Ms. McGrath?
Yes.
Mr. Loretti?
Yes.
Dr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy? Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
And Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
8 in favor, 0 opposed.
Great. So with that being said, what is before us is a potential vote to refer to advertising. Do I have that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made in a second. Any further discussion on this one?
I had several things that I thought needed to be corrected in here,
Sure.
which I didn't know that we didn't do it at the last meeting, did we?
No, if you
because-
wanted to make any amendments to it before you refer to advertising, now would be the time.
Okay. Wait, I'm just sorry, it's so late at night.
If it's extensive, do you want to submit it separately and we wait on this?
Should I do that? I mean, it's all these little blue things.
Yeah, if it's extensive, why don't we go ahead and do that?
Pain in the neck, I'm sorry. It's just because when I was town clerk and we did dog licenses and stuff, it's just
Sure.
some things I
So-
remember from that.
So do we want to withdraw that motion?
Sure.
Who made the initial motion?
I did.
Okay. So what we'll do is we'll just leave this on the agenda for our next meeting. And then in the meantime, if you want to send
I'll send it out.
our council clerk the amendments.
I will.
You need to do a motion to continue.
Okay, so
I'll make the motion to continue
Second.
continue and a second. Any discussion?
Second.
to our next meeting.
To our next, yes, definitively to our next meeting. So if I could get a roll call vote on that, please.
Mr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Ellenberg?
Yes.
Ms. McGrath? Mr. Loretti?
Yes.
Dr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
And Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so we will continue that to our next meeting, and Counselor Hunt, if you get those amendments over to
I will.
Ms. Ward, that'd be great, and then we can read those into the record and then properly refer to advertising.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for being,
Oh, that's all right. It's a little late to be reading a lot of amendments, so. Next up, proposed ordinance FY 26-011, amend Part 2 of the Admin Code, Chapter 1, Article 3, multiple members, appointed bodies. Rules and procedures voted 2-1 to recommend at their February 20th meeting. And do we have any updates from any of our rules and procedures members on this one? Yes, please, Councilor McGrath.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment. I would like to take the Agricultural Committee not be deleted. I've contact with BSU, and I want to gather more information to present it, or maybe even have them have a presentation how important this is, which they do a lot with their sustainable programs.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. So any discussion on removing the piece that would remove the Agricultural Commission, which would effectively keep it as a commission? Any discussion on that, councilors?
I would be in favor of that, keeping it.
I'm in favor of that.
Someone's
To
cell
clarify,
phone.
the amendment is to remove Section 3 Agricultural Commission from this amendment.
Yes.
Okay.
Not deleting that.
Yep.
Yes, so not deleting it, leaving it as is. My only question for our town manager is what, if any, resources does currently keeping that commission open have? Is there any impact at the moment?
No, I think this commission hasn't meant, I don't know if it's in verse 2018 or 2020. There's no one on it, no one's applied. It just remain as it is right now.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment, which would effectively keep the Agricultural Commission? Okay, seeing none, we'll put it to a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Dr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Loretti?
Yes.
Ms. McGrath?
Yes.
Ms. Ellenberg?
Yes.
And Mr. Kennedy?
Yes.
8 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, so
Mr. President, I'd like to make another amendment. I would like to remove I would not like the Cable Advisory Committee to be removed either.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
So any discussion on, this would effectively keep the Cable Advisory Committee?
Yes, and at the meeting, we discussed this, and I have incredible, extensive experience on cable television. That is a committee that is not functional at the moment, but needs to be functional when the cable license is renewed. There's a lot of specific information, and even though our town attorney has some familiarity with that, he's not an expert on that. Nothing against the town attorney. Usually towns bring in an expert. There is money available through the cable franchise fee to pay that, okay? And it's a specialty, and there's also a thing, if the cable company is non-compliant with the license, that committee is needed. It is an advisory committee, but it's important. And also, if lo and behold, another cable company were to ever come to Bridgewater to compete with Xfinity, Verizon, whatever company, that committee would be needed.
Okay. Any further, councilors, on that?
My only question is, and there may not be an answer on this council for this. Did the previous cable advisory committee recommend the non-compete clause we currently have with Comcast?
I can answer based on information that I know, because I sat on both sides of the table. There was always an open cable franchise process. It's just no other company wanted to come in and compete. Verizon did not build out any more than the towns that they committed to. I think previous town managers, and maybe Mr. Casanova Davis can speak to this in other communities, they've stopped building out, okay? With the current cable, with the current market, most people are cutting the cords, they're going to streaming. There's a bill at the legislature to try to get streaming services back for BTV to fund them, because right now it's only cable subscriptions. And I just think, even though the committee hasn't been functional here, it could be with some outreach. And I know we have a lot of committees that have a lot of vacancies. I just think it's ill-advised if we eliminate it.
Anything further, councilors?
I just want to make a comment that our cable company does these meetings as volunteers. And
Cable company, I'm sorry. I don't
but
mean
not
to-
the cable company,
that
excuse me,
cable
our
access
cable
organization.
access people, excuse me. And I think that in the future, if cable fees keep diminishing and they don't include the streaming, we are going to need to find another source of funding to maintain our services for current government. So I think we definitely need to continue the committee.
Okay, anything further? We'll put it to a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Dr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Loretti?
Yes.
Ms. McGrath?
Yes.
Did you say yes?
She
I
did,
think
yeah.
so.
Ms. Ellenberg?
Yes.
And Mr. Kennedy?
Yes.
8 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, so as amended, we are going to strike section 3, strike section 5, which effectively keeps those boards, committees, commissions in the admin code. So with that being said, do we have a motion to refer as amended to advertising?
Motion.
Oh,
I just want to ask, it was voted 2-1, and why the one voted against, and was that addressed?
That was me that voted against.
And that was the cable piece?
Based on the cable.
Yes.
Sorry.
that's right. So motion made to refer to advertising?
Yes.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, put it to a roll call, please.
Mr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Ellenberg?
Yes.
Ms. McGrath?
Yes.
Mr. Loretti?
Yes.
Dr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
And Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
8 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, last up for legislation for action, we have Order FY 26-012, amend Part 2 of the Admin Code, Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 3D, Department Heads, Rules and Procedures voted 3-0 to recommend at their February 20th meeting. Do any of our Rules and Procedures members have anything to say about this one?
I could just give an overview of it. Yeah, I worked on this with our town manager. It just realigns our department heads based on the current flow of those departments. It doesn't remove anybody that currently has a position. And the goal of it is just to readdress in the admin code who the department heads are.
Great. And I think that there are some comments made by residents. I think Ms. Hanson brought up that the conservation agent is being stricken from here, but that is not being removed as a position. It's just no longer a department head.
Conservation agent, according to the current structure of the town, falls underneath the CED department director.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make that point of clarification. Okay, so with that being said, do we have a motion to refer to advertising?
Moved.
Second. Motion made and a second. Any discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, we'll put it to a roll call, please.
Mr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. Ellenberg?
Yes.
Ms. McGrath?
Yes.
Mr. Loretti?
Yes.
Dr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
And Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
8 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, so we are all done with legislation for action. We do not have any old business or new business. We will now move into our second citizen comment period. Due to Massachusetts open meeting law requirements, discussions will not take place during public comment periods. If appropriate, responses to questions and concerns will be given by the town manager at a future town council meeting. Anyone may come up at this time, and you may speak for 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Janet Hanson, Pleasant Street. I first want to thank you for keeping the Agricultural Commission. I appreciate that. And for the last one, the department heads, I still feel like there should have been an explanation on that ordinance. I'm so used to ordinances having a little bit of explanation. So granted, conservation agent isn't going anywhere, but it doesn't say where, you know, it's no longer considered a head, but it doesn't actually specifically say where's it going. So, or what it's going to be under. You verbally say it, but it's not in the ordinance. So that's important, that it should be in the ordinance to follow suit with others. But that being said, as far as quickly as about the water, in a nutshell, do we have water to support our approved projects or not? It was unclear. Yes, pre-approved, you know, we can't deny them anything and stop them, but do we actually have enough water for those pre-approved? That was not clear. The presentation was kind of overwhelming. We do need to get rid of that form-based code. I'll say it again. I please would, hopefully you'd consider trying to get rid of that form-based code. I think it's has been detrimental in projects, and it was designed for the developer. It wasn't designed for us. And where are the Vernon Street wells? Can you at least answer that? I still don't, I know they're on Vernon Street, but where? Don't say they're Vernon Street. Where on Vernon Street? I've never been able to have anybody tell me. You should be able to at least answer that question.
Don't know.
Chafee Farm? Okay. Is that where the
Golf course.
the high-tension wires? Thank you. No one's been able to tell me that. And side note, or not side note, website is still not user-friendly. I don't see any improvement between the new one and the old one. And I still cannot get notifications of the committee meetings and council meetings unless somebody can show me. I have tried a week ago again, and I just get emergency alert, but I can't get the emails of meetings like I used to. I don't want to have to keep going to it was convenient to have it on my email that, okay, a town council meeting's coming up, or planning board meeting's coming up. I don't see how to do that on the website. It's not letting me. And I have been having difficulty finding things on the new website. I'll type in search. Oh, sorry, don't know. I have any idea what you're asking. So I still wanted to let you know that IT needs to do some work. And I appreciate the long night and everybody, listening to everybody talking. And hopefully we can get those answers. And thank you.
Thank you.
Steph D'Amelia, Harvest Lane. This question is for Mrs. Gordon. Okay. Just wanted to know if she was aware that the private well that was discussed this evening, that was owned by a private citizen, is a certified, DEP certified, PFAS-free well. and it had been made available back when Mr. Dutton was our town manager. I don't know if Apex or Mrs. Gordon would be aware of that. I know there's been some discussions, and there's been a lot of discussions about a lot of things. I don't know if this got, passed over, but maybe, I don't know. I'm not an engineer. There's potential to do exactly what we're doing with Middleborough, purchasing water off this private citizen. It is a DEP maintained, certified PFAS-free well, and there's documentation that shows how often it has been tested. So, is there potential, and in the emergency that we're in, to make some kind of agreement with a gentleman that owns a, I'll say it again, DEP certified PFAS-free well, and purchase water from him? No different than Middleborough. Put that 1,000-foot line over on his property and connect it to the nearest fire hydrant and see if you can make a deal. I would guess that it would be extremely cheaper to buy water that's sitting there from a private person, private entity, than a municipality. I don't know if that's a thing, but has it been discussed? Maybe it has, maybe it hasn't, but it seems like that should be something that should really be looked into. This was also another question for Mrs. Gordon. I believe it seemed as though that maybe the company that designed the High Street filtration facility under-designed it, because wells 10A and 10B, according to what she said, have been the most contaminated wells we have, with manganese and iron. So I'm not sure why now, when you go to connect them to High Street, they can't handle it. Because she said herself that those wells are notoriously been known for a very long time to be higher than average than the other wells in manganese and PFAS. I'm also curious to know why the new High Street facility does not remove PFAS. One can say that when it went into its design phase, PFAS was not mandated by the DEP to be removed, and that facility was opened in 2023, I believe. Don't hold me to the date, to the year and the date, but I know it's somewhere in there. The town of Easton opened their filtration facility with PFAS removal around the same time. So I don't know how one town can look ahead and see that coming and figure it in, but this town doesn't. I'd love an explanation on that. I also wanted to ask Mrs. Gordon if she has any concern that once we disconnect from Middleborough and don't get an extension, I will say I'm hearing that we're not going to get an extension, but again, it's hearsay from the people I've heard it from. Pretty confident, but I could be wrong. If she's concerned about the spring spike in water consumption, because that happens every spring in every town throughout the Commonwealth. People come out of hibernation, first thing they do, start washing their homes, cars, driveways, watering lawns, gardens, filling their pool. I can go on and on and on and on. So I wonder if she would have a concern with that. And also, I would have liked to have asked her if she had an email where concerned citizens of Bridgewater could reach out to her with questions, not expecting immediate answers, but at least someone that we can reach out to when we have a concern regarding what Apex is able to do and not do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carlton Hunt, Austin Street. First of all, I want to thank the people that came out tonight. I think we all knew that people were concerned. It's good to see them. I also learned a lot from the presentation. Sometimes it's hard to read small diagrams and graphs, but I think that was an excellent job, and I really did learn quite a lot. I also thank Justin for stating that he will form an ad hoc committee to advise him personally. That's allowed by our charter or admin code, I'm not sure which, but he has that authority to do it, and it's not necessarily posted public meetings because it's advisory to an individual. So that's really good, and I really appreciate him doing that. Beyond that, we've got a lot of work to do, and I think the timelines are a lot clearer tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joel Thomas, Alverona Road. So, just one of the big things that I just wanted to hit, I mean, I know we have water issues. We've got significant water issues, but I don't know how many of you guys have children that are in the school systems here. Flint, Michigan started out, there was a little bit of lead in the water, and they ignored it. The city councils ignored it. It wasn't a big deal. Kept going on and on. Well, it's February 17th, I heard from the town manager here that there was no big water updates in town. Well, it's funny because February 10th, I got a letter from the school department that 2 schools tested for lead in this town. Okay, it's not over the max contaminant level, but they tested positive for lead. 1978, they outlawed lead paint in homes. 1986, they outlawed lead solder, lead fixtures. I'm like, but we have lead, okay? The Williams, okay, we renovated that school, there might be a little lead left. And I believe it was the 2000s, we built the new high school. That was all new, and there's a lead positive test in that school. So, is something being used that was wrong in that school, or do we have lead issues coming out of these pipes coming into the school? I'm like, and that's something that really needs to be talked about along with the rest of this. I mean, my daughter goes there. I know a lot of people's kids go there. A lot of people are asking that question tonight. What's their kid getting for drinking water at school? I think that's something that really needs to be focused on as well. The water department should be letting us know, what did they test? Did they only test one area? Because only one area failed in each one. Did they only do one water test out of the kitchen sink? Or did they do multiple tests in there? But we need to find out more of what happened there. I'm very upset that that didn't come out in the past 28 days that happened. So please take some attention to that matter as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna Jewell, Keith Place. I listened to the presentation about from the DPW director about the permitting process and the expiration of Mr. Pascal's permit. And I would just like to respectfully request that the council go back and review those timelines and provide me with an answer. I tried to do some quick research on my phone, and what I find is that Mr. Pascal's permit expired, and that it was not in fact covered by the Attorney General's emergency order to extend a permit for 2 years during COVID. I could be wrong with the information I'm finding online and through the website, because the website is a little challenging. When you do it on your phone, it's even more difficult. But I would really like to see those dates. And not saying we could ever change anything, but I think for all of our knowledge and knowing accuracy of information that's being given to us. The other situation, I believe it's being addressed through future legislation, is the lack of authority that the planning board has in CBDR. I, again, looked on the website, and there is a lot of information there if you dig through it and go into the individual project folders under CED, and I found a letter in the CED files of the planning board's decision in the end of May, giving 20 recommendations about the Friendlies project. Taking it a step further, it appears that only a handful of those recommendations were taken into consideration and implemented by the CED department. I think the community deserves answers to why the others weren't implemented. There could very well be justification, but we have a planning board with how many members on it that have a wealth of experience, and to see that, to learn that their recommendations, 3/4 of them were ignored. And is that happening for other projects in the CBD district? I don't know. But I think our CED department owes us answers on that. Enough on the negative. I did attend Mr. Casanova Davis's session that he held on the budget at the community, at the senior center, And I thought it was very well done. I would like to have seen more people there, but it was a good opportunity to be able to ask questions about the budget without being restricted to public comment session. And I think he and Larry Greeny did a very nice job on that. And I think at that meeting, it might have been that the town manager mentioned how above and beyond first responders in the community did during the storm. And it was exceptional. He happened to mention one incident. I'll make it quick. I hear my timer going. He mentioned one incident there, and it clicked in my mind. During the storm, I had happened to be near a police scanner, and I heard an emergency EMS call being made for a gentleman that was in distress. And when the emergency responders got there, both police and fire, they couldn't access the road. It was in the height of the storm. Not everything had been plowed yet. They attempted to try to walk through it. They couldn't because it was up to their chests. They immediately called for a DPW plow. The plow couldn't get through. They had a call for a loader. In the meantime, they're trying to shovel their way through to get to this gentleman. As a team, they eventually did, and I think that's some of the things that happen within our community that we don't see and hear enough of, and acknowledge the teamwork that took to rescue that gentleman. That was phenomenal. And right around the corner from my house, there was another emergency call. It ended in a very sad way, but the police and fire couldn't access the driveway. They were out there shoveling to get in, and our neighbors all jumped in to help them. And that's the kind of things we have going on with our first responders, and they deserve huge accolades for that. That's all.
Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the council, residents still in attendance, MJ Spagone, 5 Lakeshore Center, Unit 1128, acting in the capacity as chairwoman of the Finance Committee. As promised earlier from the evening, I know the hour is late, so I want to make sure I preface this. I know I had mentioned earlier that I had an additional item I wanted to have entered into the record, audio-visual. It is the memo that I sent to you folks last week and was shared with the public during the meeting last week. Unfortunately, it was not recorded, so folks weren't able to hear it. So tonight I would wish to read that into the record for the public who are here, who probably didn't have a chance to hear it last week. Dated March 2nd, Finance Committee's Jurisdictional Authority and Budget Process Inclusion. Dear Mr. President and members of the Town Council, at this evening's Finance Committee meeting, the membership once more engaged in the discussion of our roles and responsibilities. This was not just a conversation, but an expression of collective frustration with how the Finance Committee is treated. As chairwoman, I remind the Town Council that under the Town Charter and Administrative Code, the Finance Committee is vitally important to the budget, capital planning process, and overall financial health of the town of Bridgewater. The Finance Committee is required to be fully engaged, receive information in a timely manner, and be included in all steps of the legislative process as it relates to municipal finance. As an advisory and ministerial body, the FinCom must be allowed to fully deliberate and make actionable recommendations. It is the opinion of the committee that we have collectively not been allowed such opportunities. To wit, with respect to multiple legislative matters and budgetary discussions, the Finance Committee's inclusion has been lacking. The committee has received measures after the time that we could effectively discuss and provide guidance. Case in point, an expense item, the CPC Parthenon freeze, had already been paid for by the time the measure had reached the Finance Committee. This type of situation is exceedingly frustrating when the town of Bridgewater faces multiple budgetary constraints and the committee is considered an afterthought, whether intentionally or unintentionally. This committee is not a rubber stamp. The town of Bridgewater's residents need us to provide you with recommendations without risk of rushing to a hurried conclusion and to have all information available to act upon the same. The Finance Committee formally asks that the Town Council honor the language of the Charter and to respect our jurisdictional authority. We request that our place at the table be respected. Let us give you the guidance that you need to make informed decisions. Should you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact us directly. And I know that we have had some correspondence back and forth, Mr. President, and I appreciate that, and it is my hope that the town council will continue to bring us into the budgetary conversations. I've also been asked by the Finance Committee to actually attend the budget meeting tomorrow that's going to be with the school committee, so I will also impart that same intent as well, because that is what the committee has asked that we do, and that is what they want us to be expected to do. So with that, Mr. President, I will leave you with this. Let us get the work done, let us get started, and let us do it together. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. There we go. Would anyone else like to come up and speak? Okay, so I want to thank everybody again for coming out tonight. Thank you for your comments. They are definitely heard, and we will continue to do the work here. We hope to continue to see you come out to our future town council meetings. So that being said, we will now move into council comments. I will start with Councilor Lindy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The hour is late. I want to thank the 11:11, there we go. I want to thank the residents that stuck it out all the way till the end, the 17 or so. But some of us do take extensive notes, especially on council comments. 33 people spoke tonight. We had a full house. We had almost double that capacity, another 6 just now. Every single thing that is spoken should be listened to by all of us, okay? We work for the residents of the town of Bridgewater. That's who I consider my boss. I only have a third of the town, being a district councilor. But a lot of good points were made. I commend the citizens. I don't think I'm going to watch the 7 News report tonight, but it'll probably be on at least a couple of times, or at least online. I think public record is very, very important. A lot of things were said. We got to move it forward. I think we had a good report, but I do agree very strongly with Councilor Murphy about the, you almost needed a translation service. It was great information if you're an engineer. If you're a lay person like me that doesn't have any experience with that, it was a learning experience. I still need a glossary to go along with it. So we do have a lot of work to do. I'm sure our town manager, through his public information sessions, one that he's already done, which I also attended, which was well done. Other ones, we'll get the word out, we'll get more information going on that. It gets confusing after a while to know which are approved projects and which aren't approved projects. That whole permitting process, I think, needs to be a little streamlined. Computerization is good. I think it was I forget what it was called, but the way it was expressed, I'm old-fashioned. I like an actual sign-off, okay? So there's probably a way to do that. I do DocuSign with my condo association, so I'm sure we could possibly do that here. I did want to, and I forgot to do it last time, I'm not putting the hat on, but we have a brand-new business in the center of town behind Tropical Smoothie. It's a female barber that does male haircuts. I don't really need a lot of haircuts. I don't go a lot, so I got the hat to go along with it, but I went on day one to welcome that new business here, and I wanted to be the #1 haircut, but I went to buy her apple turnover at the Boundless Bean, and I ended up being the #2 customer. But we have great businesses in town, and we should definitely patronize them. So I'm looking forward to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. I want to thank Steph D'Amelia in the back. He's done a lot of stuff for other projects in this town and what we're going to do for our veterans in this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hunt?
I'll save time and say ditto to much of what he said, especially to thank all the citizens who came. So that was great. And before I yawn and go to sleep, I'll say good night.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy?
Nothing new from me, just to thank you again to all the residents that came out tonight and expressed their concern and sat through the presentation. And then shout out to our veterans agent, Greg Martin. He just does an incredible job day in and day out helping veterans in this town in a way that we haven't been able to do for a long time. So shout out to him and the work that he's done. That's it.
Thank you. Dr. Perry?
Thank you. Echoing all those sentiments as well. Greg does a great job, and he continues to impress with all the work that he does with all the veterans. And thanks to all the volunteers and the people helping out to keep the costs low on that project. I look forward to the dedication ceremony when it comes on up. Also want to shout out, again, based on the fact that we didn't have a chance to comment after our last meeting, but after the storm, I think the town did a pretty good job. Police, fire, highway, doing the best they can with, over 30 inches of snow here. Not an easy task. Obviously, ran over a little bit on the snow and ice fund. But again, I want to thank, and thanks to Donna for sharing those stories, because those are stories you don't typically hear about, but those are the things that, that make the town the way they are. Everyone pulls together, even, Greg Martin was pulling people together to help show out seniors and veterans as well. So, it's just a tribute to how hard the people in this town work. Drove around some surrounding towns, and the roads weren't nearly as good as what I saw here in Bridgewater. Not every road got hit as timely as people would have liked, but they did the best they can with the resources and the people that they had. Thank all the people that came out tonight. Obviously, a real long meeting, a lot of information. It's being worked on. There's plans in place. There are some light at the end of the tunnel with what we're dealing with. It's gonna, as I said, take time and money, but hopefully at some point this year we're gonna be up to our capacity of what we need to at least function wholly as a town and at that 1.86 number, which will allow, again, us to help support those few projects that are in the pipeline already. And then obviously future, goals to expand and get back up with whatever area, which way we go as far as additional water supply. But we'll get there. You just got to be patient, hang in there. We're working our best to do what we need to do for the town. I do want to just get a couple recognitions and lighter comments. Our BR sports teams have wrapping up their winter season, and a lot of success with many of the teams. Boys high school varsity hockey had one of their best seasons in a long time. They made the playoffs for the first time in about 6 years. They did win a playoff game, but they lost a tough game to Catholic Memorial, which obviously recruits pretty heavily for that level of hockey. But I want to congratulate that team this year. I also want to congratulate the boys and girls basketball teams. They just wrapped up, unfortunately. Boys came up short. Again, Bishop Fian got us once again. First football, now basketball. But boys season had a great year, as well as the girls. They ran up against the #1 seed in Springfield Central. So they had a great season in both teams, and I congratulate all the athletes at BR from their winter sports season. And with that, I will move it along.
Thank you. Councilor Ellenberg.
It's been a long night. I would just say thank you to the citizens for coming out, and I will spare you further verbiage.
Councilor Kennedy.
I'll try to keep it short. I echo a lot of that, what's already been said. I also want to thank DPW, Police and Fire. Having been there in those storms, it's rough, and they did a great job. The town did a great job with the cleanup. I want to thank the citizens for coming out. It's great seeing a full room here, and that involvement's important, so I hope people were able to take away a lot of good information from tonight as to what the plans are for the town and where things are at currently. I also want to thank Apex for coming out and answering those questions for us. I feel like we were provided with a lot of information tonight, and that was a very good thing, along with the other town employees and the town manager for providing and answering the questions that the council had. Thank my fellow councilors for a good meeting, and guess have a good night.
Thank you. Vice President McGrath, are you still with us?
I am. It's difficult to hear, so I'll just say no comment.
All right. As for me, I go last, so everybody said all of the good things, and I just wanted to thank the residents one more time for your advocacy. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you for all of your comments. For those that couldn't make it tonight and they do have comments, if they do have questions, please email us. We will reply to your emails. We will respond. We will get back to your questions, and we will continue to fight for you and fight for this town. It was mentioned earlier that we dropped the ball at some point over the last number of years, but we will no longer drop the ball. This team, I'm very confident in our ability to move forward, to put codified procedures in place to make sure that we are successful and that we have an adequate amount of water capacity moving forward. You have that commitment from me and the rest of this council. So that's all that I have for this evening. So with that being said, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
And we have to roll call this, don't we?
Mr. Kennedy? Ms. Ellenberg?
Yes.
Ms. McGrath? Mr. Loretti?
Yes.
Dr. Perry? Mr. Murphy? Ms. Hunt? Mr. Levy?
Yes.
8 in favor,
And we
0
all have to
opposed.
sign this document.
Yes. Thank you. We are adjourned.
Oh, lordy.
I only have a short Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
End of April. Well, it's-
Okay, yeah. We'll,
I take the last year. I mean, look back at when I did, life is
Where exactly is the wells again, where the, because you say Chafee Farm, Chafee Farm's on the other side. Okay, are you, if we were facing Middleborough, you're talking about left?
Going south.
Go- Yeah, if you're going towards Middleborough. Okay.